Good evening, and welcome to the May 4th, 2026 meeting of the Menlo Park Planning Commission. I am Chair Andrew Eric, and I thank you for joining us this evening, either remotely or here in council chambers. Established by state law, our city's Planning Commission is composed of 7 volunteer residents of Menlo Park, appointed to 4-year terms by the City Council. Our Planning Commission is not a policy setting body, that's the City Council. We are a policy implementing body. We review development proposals for compliance with our city's general plan, zoning ordinance, and related policies, which can all be found on the city's website or other government sites. The Commission also reviews city-initiated land use planning projects, such as general plan updates and zoning ordinance amendments. The Commission reviews development proposals requiring a use permit, architectural control, a variance, minor subdivision, as well as the environmental reviews associated with those projects. When applicable, the Planning Commission reviews below market rate or BMR housing agreements associated with these applications. The Commission is the final decision-making body for these applications unless appealed to the City Council. The Commission also serves as the recommending body to the City Council for major subdivisions, rezoning, conditional development permits, zoning ordinance amendments, general plan amendments, and environmental reviews associated with those projects. If applicable, the Planning Commission reviews and makes recommendations on BMR agreements associated with these projects. Staff in our city's planning division are responsible for processing development applications, as well as for both implementing and amending the general plan, zoning ordinances, and related policies in order to further the goals of the city. Staff is also responsible for the agenda of regular Planning Commission meetings. We encourage your active participation, whether you are an applicant or interested member of the public, and there will be an opportunity to speak publicly for each specific agenda item, as well as for general public comment. With that, Before we move forward, I would like to give a warm welcome to our newest commissioner, Commissioner Headley. Welcome. We're very happy to have you. And to say congratulations and I guess welcome back to Commissioner Schindler, who has been reappointed to another term. Well-deserved, and we are happy to have you continuing on the commission. And with that, I will call the roll. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Here.
Commissioner Farrick.
Here.
Commissioner Headley.
Here.
Commissioner Schindler.
Here.
Commissioner Sillen.
Present.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Present.
I am Chair Eric, and I am present, which means we have 7 commissioners in chambers, and that is a quorum. The next item on our agenda is reports and announcements. Mr. Parada, are there any staff reports or announcements this evening?
Yes, thank you, Chair Eric and members of the Planning Commission. So one announcement that staff would like to make for the Commission's benefit and for the community members here in the chambers and online's benefit. So this Thursday, May 7th, from 5:30 to 7 p.m., there will be a downtown development open house over at the Arriaga Family Recreation Center in the Sequoia patio here at 700 Alma Street for a little bit more geographic context. So this will be an opportunity for the community to meet with representatives from the 3 development teams and learn more about their proposals in response to the city's request for proposals for downtown parking plazas 1, 2, and 3 development. So there will be the 3 representatives from those organizations. They are Alliant Communities, Presidio Bay Ventures, and related companies / Alta Housing. So if folks are interested, it is this Thursday, as I said, May 7th at 5:30 to 7 p.m. over at the Arriaga Recreation Center. And more information can be found at menlopark.gov/downtown development. So that concludes my reports and announcements. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parada. Do any commissioners have any questions or reports or announcements of their own? Okay, then we will move to item D, the public comment portion of our agenda. Under public comment, the public may address the commission on any subject not listed on tonight's agenda. Each speaker may address the commission once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name, district, or city of residence, but it is helpful. The Commission cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore, the Commission cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment, other than to provide general information. Please know that if you are here tonight to comment on one of our agenda items, you will have a chance to speak when we get to that item in the agenda. To learn how to participate in public comment, I'm going to turn to our clerk this evening, Ms. Roy, to explain how you can participate and then to begin our public comment period.
Thank you, Chair Eric, Commissioners and members of public. Monica Roy, Planning Technician. At this time, we are opening public comment period for the items not listed on this agenda. If you are in the council chamber and you would like to speak, please fill out a comment card and hand it over to me. For those who are attending virtually via Zoom, please click the raised hand button. And if you are calling by phone, press *9 on your keypad and you should be able to speak. At this moment, I don't have any comment card or hands raised. But if you would like to wait a few moments, we can.
Okay, I'm going to close out the public comment portion of our agenda. Excuse me. There are no items on the consent calendar this evening, and so we are going to move to our first public hearing item, item F1. This item concerns a use permit and variances at 305 Haight Street. At this public hearing, the Commission may consider and adopt a resolution to approve a use permit to determine the floor area limit, or FAL, on a lot that is less than 5,000 square feet in area, and to construct a new two-story single-family residence on a vacant substandard lot with regard to minimum lot width, depth, and area in the R1U single-family urban residential zoning district. The proposal also includes variance requests to reduce the interior side setback to 3 feet where 5 feet is required, reduce the corner side setback to 6 feet where 12 feet is required, reduce the rear setback to 13 feet where 20 feet is required, reduce the number of off-street parking spaces to 1 compliance space where 2 compliance spaces are required, increase the maximum building coverage from 722 square feet to 729.4 square feet, and increase the height of the daylight plane to 23 feet, 11 inches where 19 feet, 6 inches is required. Determine this action is categorically exempt under CEQA guidelines section 15303's class 3 exemption for new construction or conversion of small structures. I believe the staff planner for this item is Mr. Pruder. So Mr. Pruder, I will turn it over to you, and then I believe we have some brief remarks from the applicant.
Yes, thank you, and good evening, Chair Eric, Planning Commissioners. Welcome, Commissioner Headley as well. This is Matt Pruder with the Planning Division Associate Planner. I do have a couple of updates I would like to share with the Commission and public at this time. We did receive 2 public comments via email following the publication of the staff report over the weekend and today. And I'll just quickly go over the 2 comments, letters that were received. The first comment we received generally expressed concerns with the size of the lot and the setbacks that were proposed for the residents. And the other comment had expressed some similar concerns with the lot size, but also concerns with the extent of the variances requested, potential environmental risks, potential sunlight impacts, and concerns with the maintenance of the site overall. And I have no other additional updates, but I will add that I'm available for any questions. And following that, I'll hand it over to the representative for the applicant team tonight, the architect Mo Casiro Safar. He's available for any questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pruder. Mr. Casiro Safar, please go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mo, and I am the designer engineer representing the homeowner for this project in beautiful Menlo Park. The homeowner were not able to attend as they are dealing with series of family health emergencies. So I'm here on their behalf to answer any questions and to represent their commitment to a respectful and beautiful home. This proposal is the result of working within a uniquely constrained site, an unusually small and narrow lot that presents significant design challenges, and almost 2 years of working hand in hand with planning and other departments' staff. The variances we are requesting are not intended to push the limits of development, but rather to make a modest, well-functioning home feasible on a property that would otherwise be extremely difficult to build on. At a time when buildable residential land is increasingly limited, thoughtful development of constrained infill lots is an important part of making efficient use of existing neighborhoods. This project reflects that principle. We are requesting these variances, each directly tied to the dimension and constraint of the lot. These adjustments allow the home to maintain reasonable livability while still representing the surrounding neighborhood context. Our approach has been careful and deliberate. We've prioritized minimizing visual impact and maintaining appropriate scale. Importantly, this project doesn't seek to maximize square footage, but to achieve balance between usability, neighborhood compatibility, and the constraints of the site. We respectfully ask for your support in granting these variances so that this constrained lot can be developed in a responsible and thoughtful way. Thank you for your time and considerations.
Thank you, Mr. Kasiro Safar. Before we move to public comment for this item, I will ask if any commissioners have any clarifying questions for the applicant or for staff. Okay. Seeing none, we will move to public comment. So, Ms. Roy, I will turn it over to you to provide instructions to the public and open the comment period for item F1.
Thank you, Chair Eric. As a reminder, we are opening public comment period for item F1 now. If you are in the council chamber and you'd like to speak, please fill out a comment card and hand it over to me. For those who are attending virtually via Zoom, please click on raised hand button. And if you are calling by phone, press *9 on your keypad and you should be able to speak. At this moment, I have one public comment card with me and no hand raised. So if you like, we can move forward with the public comment.
Yes, please.
So our commenter is Ms. Navina Karla. If you'd like, you can please move to the podium and allow me some time to set up your 3-minute timer for speaking. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. And I'm not used to speaking publicly a lot, so apologize if I'm not right. I opposed to this 305 High Street property because one, we are the neighbors right next to that house, and so which means we won't get the same thing. Like everybody in the city gets certain, everybody has to follow certain rules. We followed our rules, and we expect our neighbors also to follow the same rules. I don't expect any special permissions. I just don't want to be scrutinized just because that land was bought by someone and want to build something there. I just want to follow the rules. I want everyone others also to follow the rules. Whatever they proposed is going to be not so great for our house, for the privacy, they're asking for 3 feet just away from our house. We have a fireplace. Everything seems to be so odd about the way the property was sold, the property was procured. Like that land has been there, and I have been the neighbor for last 12 years. We make sure that it was well maintained so that there were no snakes and all of that when the neighbors are walking around, because I have my kids. I don't want anything to come from that property. So we have maintained, and I have made hundreds of calls to the county asking when we could, if anything is happening on that land. Never got any response. When it is up for sold, I came to the city asking if anybody is buying it, what can they do about that house? They said no way that they can do anything about it. And they said it is not even useful for me. We cannot merge with our property. They assured me that it will be safer, like do nothing. That land belongs to the city. That's what I was assured. But turns out it was sold, and now people are trying to build a house. Feels unfair that that they're trying to build a house. You can understand from my speech that I'm not a public speaker and I'm not maybe while raising a valid concerns other than the comments that we sent. Overall, I think Menlo Park is great just because we all together follow certain rules. Just like as a society, what works for us, what works for everyone. We all have to have equal rules. Same kind of, sorry, my words are jumbled up. So we all should have the same rules to follow. One cannot get additional just because their land is small. Do they know that before ahead? Yes, they do know. Do they know that property is like 100 feet long and like maybe 20 feet wide? Yes, they do know. Do they know that that nothing can be built ideally based on the Menlo Park rules? They already knew that. So even then they brought that, and asking for variances feels unfair, especially to the two neighbors that are adjacent to that, and to the children and everyone who are walking by, biking, and everything. So that's all.
Thank you for your comment.
We have one more comment card, Chair. And if you like, I can invite them.
Yes, please.
So our next commenter is Mr. Rajesh, if you want to move forward.
Hello, thank you all. So I'm the neighbor with Navina. The lot is right next to her. I'm 2 lots away from her. And just like her, I'm not a very great public speaker. I'll do my best to. The first thing I want to say is I wish you all could see that lot. It's a 5,000 lot and it's not even a square. It's like a rectangle strip, a literally small strip next to her house. And it breaks every single building code that Menlo Park has set. The fence is 3 feet from the house. The front door of the house is literally 5 feet from the front, not even the walkway, the street. That land, nobody in their right mind would think of building a home there. And honestly, Menlo Park, a city that is known for a strict code of conduct and everything else, I'm surprised that the city even considered giving someone the right to build a home in this small piece of land. And there are a lot of points that we made in an email, not just the two of us, but all our neighbors. We have around 180, 120 something signatures from all the neighbors on Haight Street. But the key points I want to make is this building is going to block the visibility of that intersection. Like the 2 streets at the intersection are not going to see what's happening on the other side. And I'm not talking about just the cars, the pedestrians who are walking, and more importantly, kids who are biking. The driveway, one car driveway, when you back out of the house, it comes straight to the street. I'm 100% sure if this thing is built with the zero visibility at that intersection on the 2 streets, there will be kids, cars, people that will be harmed. I want that point to be made very clear. Secondly, I'm not sure if the fire department has even seen the plan, because there is no way in an unfortunate event, there is a fire at this property, there is no way the fire engines can reach the back and the side of the house because there's just no space. Their back is literally touching her house. And if this happens, you're putting the entire neighborhood in jeopardy, because the fire can jump from house to house within minutes, because the fire engine now cannot reach to the side and the back of the house. So these are 2 of the main concerns: the safety of the kids and the people walking around, and an unfortunate event. There's so many other points. I know I don't have time to go through that, but I would really consider to just see all the points we made and do the right thing given the Menlo Park code. With that, I hopefully we'll get a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I don't have any comments for now, but
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roy. I will close the public comment period for this item and bring us back to the dais for commission discussion and ultimately a motion on the use permit and variances. And would look to my fellow commissioners to begin that discussion. Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'll just start off by acknowledging that this is an unusual situation with the small lot. Smallest I've seen come across our hearings here in my time. And so when I saw the item, I was interested to see, what kind of house could be built there. So I guess my first question, I think, for staff would just be if there's any background that you could share on this lot, because at least from pictures, it looks like it's been vacant up until this time, which is also pretty unusual for Menlo Park. So do you have any ownership history of this lot? And anything you can share about, I guess, how we allowed such a lot to exist where it seems like, based on the staff summary, there's no way to actually build a house on that lot that meets all of our requirements. So inevitably, some variance has to come into play.
Thank you, Commissioner Sillen. We don't have a lot of history on how the lot was subdivided whenever that had occurred. I'd have to do more thorough research on the overall history of maybe in the county's previous jurisdiction, how it might have been before annexation. I do know that a lot of those property lines have existed for quite some time, but it is rather anomalous for the city.
Thank you. And could you just confirm that this has been privately owned, going as far back as we know? And so, was it privately owned? And are you able to share whether it was sold at some recent time, or whether this is how long it's been owned by the current owner?
I believe the Mr. Casero-Safar could clarify if there's more info on the specific timing, but I believe the property was purchased about 2 years ago by the current applicant team. And my understanding is that it was privately owned before that, and there was a private sale that occurred for that property to be in their possession now.
Okay, thank you. And last question before I yield to other commissioners. Could you confirm my understanding that, given our current city code that applies to a lot in that zoning, it is impossible to build a house on that lot that meets all of our requirements? And so in order to build a house on that lot, there's no way to do it without some sort of variance. I'm not saying this specific list of variances, but some sort of variance.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Wondering if any other commissioners wish to speak.
Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize for the cracks in my voice. I am recovering from illness. When I went through and read this part of the report, I actually felt frustrated that in our last meeting, we did not have an opportunity to discuss what I think would have been a relevant tee-up of this particular example. Last meeting, we were going to discuss a topic that was about SB 9 and having substandard lots and the potential of having design standards. And I don't know that we would have necessarily come to a conclusion that would have been helpful for this particular example, but I think it would have given us an opportunity to think about the various trade-offs that we make when you talk about small lots or really small lots or really, really small lots like this one. So absent that conversation, I think I just wanted to make sure that I evaluated this on the, I did this outside of thinking about design standards or the substandard lot conversation. I do think when we get to that conversation, we should use this one as a data point in our discussion. I appreciate the question about the history of the lot. I had the same one. But because we have a fair number of meaty things on the agenda today, I will just sort of get to my position, which is that I will not find for the variances on the left side setback, the right side setback, the building coverage, or the daylight plane. I think granting those variances would be detrimental to the public welfare and thus will not support them. In the context of the corner side setback, I think the variance would also be detrimental to public safety. So I will not be supporting granting the variances on the resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Schindler. I'm happy to take other commissioner comments. I have a few questions of my own. First of all, we had a public comment reference the fire safety plan, and I was just hoping that staff could touch on whether or not this project was reviewed by the fire department.
Yes, thank you, Chair Eric, for your question. I can confirm that, yes, we did have extensive review that went between both our building official and the Menlo Park Fire Protection District. And we had the Menlo Fire team take a look at the plans, and we had required some additional revisions earlier last year, towards the end of the year, in order to get to this point based on fire rating requirements. And so the 3-foot setback on the side is mainly a byproduct of that effort in terms of that setback distance relative to the 935 Laurel Avenue property.
Okay, thank you. I have another question just with regards to the variance process. This is one of the things that I feel I have learned the most about in my time as a commissioner. And so, but I'll say I'm still learning. So I was hoping, could staff just explain what is required in order to find for a variance, and whether that is a low bar, whether that's a high bar, whether it's subjective, whether it's objective? How does that work in terms of finding for a variance?
Thank you for that question as well. With the variance findings, we have a very clear set of requirements that are in the code for any type of variance. So all of the 6 variance requests that have been put forward have gone through the same process. They need to satisfy 4 of the 5 findings. One of the findings involves a specific plan, and this project is located outside of the downtown specific plan area, so it is not subject to that one finding requirement. But for the other 4 requirements, each of the 6 have to go through a very careful determination of whether or not each of the findings is relevant. And it is a process that is largely the challenge for the applicant to demonstrate to the staff reviewing. And in addition to that, the process itself has a generally objective approach in determining certain realities that preclude development to occur in a typical fashion, as would be evidenced on other properties that have a different set of circumstances. That, you know, we have the hardship being one example. It's a very difficult threshold to demonstrate that you have a hardship, for example, on your property. And so there is a little more to that, and it is an iterative process. We worked with the applicant over several months to sort out how each of these findings was being demonstrated. And for each of the 6, 4 findings for each of the 6. So that's why you probably saw on the staff report, it's very lengthy because we went over every single one of those findings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm certainly open to staff discussion, commission discussion. While I have the mic, I will say, first of all, I appreciate staff work on this, and I appreciate staff's bringing this to the Planning Commission. I think this is an appropriate use of Planning Commission discretion, and I appreciate staff's thoroughness and I don't want to say creativity, because you just said there are objective standards, but I'll say staff's thoroughness in going through this application and bringing it to us tonight. I read the report, and just listening to staff's description of what went into that right now, I am comfortable finding for the variances and approving this project. And I'll also just add that I currently live in a home that I rent, and there has not been a survey done, but I would guess that my side setbacks on at least one side are no more than 3 feet. And we have lovely relationships with our neighbors, and that gives me confidence that this can be true in other situations as well. Commissioner Baruzzi.
I had a question for the staff, and this may have been evident from the drawing, but I wasn't able to discern it. What is the setback between this lot line and 935 Laurel?
Sorry, just to clarify, your question is, what is the side setback in the property or?
Yeah, so there's
Okay.
an existing building that our guests are living in. What's the setback? What's their site? What's their setback between their building and the lot line?
Sure. I believe it is available on the area plan sheet. I'm just pulling that up because it would be a combination of their side setback plus the side setback that's proposed. I apologize. I'll just pull that up shortly. I believe it's about, I'd have to check because the chimney was not measured. So I believe it's about a total of 5 to 6 feet, about 3 on each side with the chimney. And the chimney itself, I believe, is about a foot or so of additional footprint towards the subject property. So the main like wall for the existing residents on 935 Laurel Avenue would be a little further away than that. But I'd say that that generally is roughly the setback distance, the separation distance, if you will.
Through the chair, I have the answer. I think it's on a plan sheet here.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have another question though.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Commissioner Farrick, please.
Oh, just to Commissioner Bruzzi, I see that it's noted here on page 35 of the staff report item, and it looks like it's 5 for most of the stretch, but then there's that little piece. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess do you want to keep going? I don't, yeah.
Okay, we'll go here and then we'll go.
Yeah, I have a question through the chair for staff.
Sure.
So I haven't been on planning commission as long as some of the others, but I'm curious about whether you can think of any other examples like this in our city. I mean, I think even when we look at ADUs, we're looking at a setback of 4 feet. So, and I know there've been examples of like a garage somewhere here or there that's grandfathered in. But what similar to this have you seen that you could tell us about to help us understand how anomalous this is?
Sure. I mean, I think our collective staff experience has not dealt with this very often, if at all. In the past few years, we've had several projects that request a variance or two. I've had a few projects personally myself in my roughly 8.5 years working with the city, but I've never had a project with such a small lot size that also needs to establish the floor area limit and at the same time fit within the confines of the limited size of the lot, a buildable area that can sustain a single family residence. And so what I've usually dealt with is a lot that may be closer to a standard size, but perhaps is pie shaped or has a very irregular shape to it, but at the end of the day still has a comparable size that could sustain a pretty typical sized single family residence. And so I think the size difference of the lot is one factor, and there are other factors as well that I'd say differ quite a bit from my experiences.
Commissioner Farrick.
Thank you. I've never, so for context, I was on the commission for 2 terms many years ago, over a decade ago. And then now here, I've never seen a project with more than 2 variances that I can recall. I've never seen a project on this size of lot. That said, as Commissioner Schindler mentioned, we're trying to find what are the paths if a homeowner of, say, like whatever size wants to subdivide their lot, that they would be able to and have something that's buildable. Corner lots are notoriously tricky for setbacks and safety of the corners. And so this one is a tough one on the one hand. On the other hand, I don't know how anyone would look at this. Initially when I was looking at the project and I was looking at the actual site, I think I initially was looking at your home, thinking that you were redoing that because that other thing just looks like the setback for your house, not a separate lot. And so I was confused initially, and then I was like, oh, wait, that's a lot? Like, it was actually quite surprising. So there's a lot of sides to this. Like, I don't know, how a buyer of a lot like this would have not done some due diligence to understand what is possible there. And I'm also trying to combine that with knowing that right now, homeowners of, 5,000 square foot lots are allowed to subdivide them to lots of about this size and build on them. And so that said, I do not think that there is a rationale to have this shape of house with this small of setback without some clear way that would make it closer to what our zoning requirements are by way of, like a slanted roof that is, the short side on the side with the setback with the neighboring property. Things like that could make it more livable, a single story for sure, or maybe just taking like a small portion of the lot to bring up to 2 stories. But it's, it feels like a really difficult one, especially because I'm sure that the reason why there's the 6-foot front setback is that that's still far shorter than it should be, but probably at least large enough that the fire safety was able to accept it. Anyway, I know I'm sort of saying a lot of things, but I guess I'm saying this one's really hard. I don't think this particular design is the right one. I can't find why there's some hardship to have that particular shape of 2-story house that needs to happen. I do think there is a path to find something that's buildable here. I don't think it's this though. So there you go.
If I may, through the chair, apologies, Commissioner Ferrick, you had noted that the 6-foot setback proposed was a front setback, but that is technically a corner side setback facing onto Haight Street. The front setback is measured from the Laurel Avenue where the driveway is. So that should be the 20 feet. They're meeting that requirement with the front setback. So they didn't request a variance for that one, but they did request a variance for the corner side, 50% of the 12 feet to be 6 feet.
Thank you for the clarification.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
I just wanted to get a quick clarification from staff on the visibility angles on that corner. I know that they're requesting reduced corner side setback, but can you confirm for me that despite that reduced corner side setback, that any required angle of visibility for people, pedestrians, bikes, and cars going around that corner will be fulfilled? Or is that a ramification of the reduced corner setback?
I think, thank you for your question, Vice Chair Silverstein. I think that there are a few items to unpack with that question. So I'll try to break this down quickly. But first and foremost, we do have the site visibility triangle requirement. That is not a requirement that is for residences. It's for fences, hedges, and like bushes and those kinds of things. And so that is a 35 by 35 foot triangle, isosceles triangle, with the diagonal being down at the triangular zone. This lot size does have about, I think, 100, almost 100 feet in depth. So arguably, going along Haight Street, there's a certain point where you wouldn't be in that triangle. But closer to Laurel Avenue in the intersection, I believe a portion of that house would be, because inevitably the 21 feet in width is quite small, and it's smaller than the 35 feet. So there is some portion there where if you went by the visibility triangle, which again is not for residences, it would be within that. There's a portion that is there within that visibility triangle. I would say though, going off of the point I'd made with Commissioner Ferrick, we do have a 20-foot setback and they are compliant at an angle. And so technically the residence massing facing Laurel Avenue is longer in some ways than the 20-foot requirement because of the angle that it's positioned on. And so that may help to open up the visibility some more versus being directly at the 20-foot line across as that would be. But apart from that, I think that the sheer sizing of the lot, especially the lot width, precludes it from having any way of avoiding that if it meets a 20-foot setback. Thank you.
Thank you for the thorough answer. Yeah, I'm just looking at the site diagram.
Sorry, if I may through the chair, I wanted to
for it.
clarify it further. We did have, as noted in the staff report, transportation review a separate requirement regarding the driveway positioning, but they also had looked at the overall hazard conditions for the site. So there's a very comprehensive effort on transportation's part with, working with staff in planning to confirm that, the safety of this intersection was sufficient, even with the house being built and the driveway also being a new opening for traffic onto that intersection. But the actual visual site visibility concern was also reviewed in that process.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, going into reviewing this, that's one of the things that I had concerns on, but like was just mentioned, that the 28-foot distance between the property and the essentially sidewalk on Laurel Avenue does provide a decent amount of visibility for anyone going around that corner. And when it comes to viewing angles, you have to consider both of those sides. So the fact that we're reducing one of the sides by 6 feet, in my mind, at least from that viewing angle, does get ameliorated by the fact that the other side is significantly greater than the minimum. I also just wanted to give some context, and I understand that we're talking about very different places and very different contexts and different zonings. But before I lived in Menlo Park, I lived in San Francisco, and I just looked it up as a function of reviewing this specific proposal. The house I lived in there was about 24 feet wide in terms of the lot, and we had 3 units. It was 3 stories, and there were 3 different units, and it was close quarters, but that's what you got. And there weren't any issues from a fire standpoint or from a safety standpoint. And I understand that's not the expectations we've set in Menlo Park, particularly not for a single family neighborhood. And this would be a single family house, but the sheer fact that someone is proposing to build a house on a narrow lot does not scare me. And I think that's like a reasonable thing for someone to do in lots of different contexts. And then Commissioner Schindler teed up a very important conversation regarding SB 9 and lot splits, and California is allowing lots to go as small as 1,200 square feet. And so, even a lot that had 2,500 square feet would be able to divide exactly in 2, or 2,400. And that would be allowable. And presumably we'd need to grant some variances if someone on that property wanted to build a house, and we wouldn't be able to preclude them from doing so. So as is, I think I stand with Chair Eric that I'd be comfortable with granting these variances for no other reason than this is something that I think is unable to be accomplished without variance. Well, I know it's unable to be accomplished without variances. And I think that for anyone who owns property in Menlo Park, they should have the confidence that they would be able to build a reasonable house on said property. And obviously, there's a lot of different ways that people can define reasonable. And I don't think that this goes into the I guess it doesn't go into the unreasonable from my perspective.
Commissioner Headley.
Yeah, my initial reflection on this proposal is that it seemed like a reasonable and creative approach for building housing on a small lot. And I had some concerns about the setback reductions and that it might impact the ability for the homeowner to install heat pump condenser equipment so that it can be an all-electric home. But I had a conversation with staff and they said that it was fine. The main concern was about noise, but where they were going to put the heat pump equipment would be on the far side so it wouldn't affect the neighbors. So that was my main concern, and I felt comfortable proceeding based on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm having a tough time with this one. I think the way I'm thinking about it is, if you buy a lot like this, it sounds like, based on what staff said, it was sold 2 years ago. So the buyer could have known that the zoning code we have in place right now wouldn't guarantee anything to be built on this lot because we have different requirements around like garage size and driveway and all that stuff. So inevitably the buyer would have known that in order to build something on this lot, there has to be this type of conversation. I agree with Chair Eric that this is an appropriate use of planning commission time. So then the question becomes, do we as a planning commission or as a city feel like anyone that owns a lot in Menlo Park is essentially guaranteed to be able to build something on it? And I'm not sure about that. And in addition to that, yes, if we do say that, okay, we want to be reasonable and make it work, is this set of variances the appropriate set of variances for this property? I think that's the second kind of thing I'm trying to answer. I do appreciate the comments about SB 9. I think that if we're looking at a world where with new state laws, we might see more properties like this be created, projects like this be created, and my understanding is in that situation, it would all be state law and there wouldn't be any variances to grant. It would just be the state law overrides our local code and that's that. So then if we start seeing potentially more projects like that, then this wouldn't feel as much out of left field. So that's something that I do want to take into consideration. So yeah, with that, I was wondering if maybe staff could comment on whether hypothetically, if someone had a corner lot already and then wanted to subdivide it, could they create something like this, like a small lot right on the corner? And then based on state law, you might be looking at pretty small setbacks from the street, because I know the state law requires that, I believe for SB 9, there's an 800 square foot minimum for the building size and 1,200 square foot minimum for the lot.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll take that question. So I think the short answer is yes. So if you think of a number of lots in Menlo Park, there's a typical lot in one neighborhood might be about 50 by 100 or 100 and something square feet. And if under SB 9, those can be split down the middle. So you'd be similarly to this lot, about 25 feet. So yes, you could see very narrow lots through an SB 9 lot split. You also could see very shallow lots in terms of depth through an SB 9 lot split. And yes, under SB 9, setbacks would have to be reduced down to 4 feet for those sides and rear. So very similar to this, although slightly different, but similar. And there would be other considerations as well in terms of minimum square footage that would have to be allowed, not so much a maximum, but more of a minimum, a floor set by SB 9. But yes, to answer the question, there could be similarly configured lots through SB 9 lot splits in the future, but that is hypothetical, and we'd have to see the specifics for each parcel.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. Yeah, so if that's the case, I think my thinking would be, yeah, if let's say this was an SB 9 project, instead of the 3 foot setback we have here for the variance, it would be 4. And I'm not even sure if 5 versus 3 would make, a huge difference. I think there's just, from the community concern, I just think what I'm sensing, what I'm hearing is that it's just overall a tight squeeze. It's not necessarily this particular, like if we didn't grant the variance for the 3 foot setback and made it 5, would that suddenly make this a palatable project for the community? My sense is no. It's just like an overall package. And yeah, I hesitate to, and so I think the owner could potentially come back with something that requests less variances. Inevitably, 1 or 2 would have to be granted, but I think for something like parking, I know my assumption would be that this commission would be pretty open to granting variances like that for like 1 space instead of 2. It sounds like transportation department's already signed off on the driveway location. So if we're just talking about the setbacks and a small increase in building coverage, I think this does feel like a fairly reasonable proposal for such a tight squeeze. So I'd love to hear more comments from other commissioners, but that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah, as Vice Chair Silverstein and then Commissioner Bruzy.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that my comments did not convey that I felt that any proposal for housing is guaranteed within Menlo Park, but that a homeowner should have a reasonable opportunity to. I know Commissioner Saline, you use the word guaranteed, and I don't necessarily feel that guarantee, and nothing is guaranteed in this respect. But it's my perspective that a 1,300 square foot or 1,350 square foot house on a small lot is, as I said before, not unreasonable, and that's, yeah.
Commissioner Bruzy.
Yeah, so I've been really torn on this one. I don't find the size of the project to be unreasonable. And I do think that we've been talking about SB 9. We've seen a lot of ADU proposals. I think this is in the margin of like where certainly in the future we're probably going to be approving things. The couple of things that I was thinking about when I looked at this, one, I went to look as soon as I saw this at the correspondence with the neighbors, and there was correspondence with neighbors, and the staff report said that nobody had responded, and I find it interesting that letters were sent to neighbors apparently, and that there were no responses until now. Like I feel like if you're doing something this unusual, it behooves you to have a real face-to-face conversation with the people that you're about to build next to, just because it's, ideally they would, be excited about it, or at least be accommodating, or be willing to have a discussion about that. And it sounds like that those conversations didn't necessarily happen, or at least they weren't reported to us. And in fact, it sounds like the people immediately next door and across the street and one door down are kind of annoyed about the project. That's one point I would say. And the other is, I don't know. When I was looking at this, I found myself regretting that we have the parking standards that we have, because I was thinking, golly, if you didn't have to build a covered parking space, would there be more flexibility in the way this was designed such that it was possible to have a slightly more generous setback? I mean, if we're only expecting one car to ever live at this place, does it have to be parked under a covered thing? Like that's, like, again, when we're looking at ADU laws, these are the kinds of questions we're talking about as well, right? So, I mean, I kind of think about this effectively as an ADU, right? It's a small 2-bedroom dwelling that is probably going to be somebody's starter home or renter home, right? And I want to be able to approve it, but I'm uncomfortable at present, partly just because I don't believe that the property owner did their homework with the neighbor. I will say, I imagine that it was probably in the disclosures of the home when you bought it. Like, you did know there was a lot there. You probably knew it was going to be developed at some point. And so, I mean, one is not entitled to have a vacant lot next to one forever, but I would love to see a little bit more collaboration and discussion before it came to me if I were going to vote yes, ideally.
Oh,
Commissioner Farrick.
are you sure? Okay, thanks. I'm looking at the list of the 6 variance requests, and I know there's been focus so far really on that interior side setback, but the one that bothers me just as much as I wouldn't be able to make the findings for is the daylight plane, because it's not like a by right that you should get the very modern squared off roof line. And so a pitched roof would go a long way to like removing that and still giving the same house essentially, and be more respectful of the neighbor. And it does sound like the public comment by the neighbor was that they had been told that it couldn't be developed on, and so because of the size. And so I don't know if, unfortunately, laws have changed significantly, and so that's very unfortunate. I recognize. The other variances, I can probably make the finding. I guess if I were to, really do this with the most minimal variances, I would probably pull it away from the side setback like 1 more foot, and then give 1 more foot on the other side. So you're still, and then So that's the one that kind of bugs me, but the one that bothers me the most is actually the height, because the volume of that shape of house is really different to live 3 feet from than a pitched roof house, that the part that's actually next to you is quite a bit shorter. So those are the two. The others, for me, I could make it, and I totally agree with Commissioner Baruzzi that best practices here, there, and everywhere are to reach out and collaborate with your neighbors when you're going to be designing really it's not limited to difficult lots like this, but reaching out to neighbors and getting support is a practice in Menlo Park and many other places that goes a long way toward goodwill, long-term, short-term, and here at Commission.
Vice Chair Silverstein. I don't disagree regarding community outreach, or at least I don't disagree with the principles behind it or the recommended approach. I guess my follow-up question to Commissioner Baruzzi on what you said, if the applicant, if we rejected the project today and the applicant sent a bunch of emails and letters and outreach to the neighbors and then submitted the exact same project to us 2 months later after they outreached sufficiently, would that change your mind? That was a rhetorical question. You don't need to answer it. Think about it. Because
I have an answer.
Go for it.
So usually in that process, some of the items that are the most challenging for the neighbors might not be the things that the homeowner or the designer thought were the most important anyway. And there's some concessions or compromises made that everybody's happy with. And so in that process comes a better project that everybody then, or more people can at least support to the extent that they're willing to, be okay with it.
Commissioner Baruzzi.
Yeah, I think I'm not going to articulate this well because there's a strong gut feeling I have that we're going to be needing to come up with standards that are appropriate for this kind of scenario. It's unfortunate that we haven't gotten there yet. I don't love something this contentious being the very first thing that we approve that looks like this, because I think it kind of muddies the waters. And I'd like to, I'm not going to say that well, but it's not and again, I mean, I think just like a conversation about the way the roof tilts, or, something along those lines, that finding a little bit of gray area, or even, I think I'd actually be comfortable with it if it were literally just mimicking our standards for ADUs right now. I'd be fine with that. But it doesn't. It's and we haven't gotten to have the discussion yet. And we have some neighbors who felt blindsided by it. So it doesn't sound like my vote is going to be dispositive tonight, but that's how I feel.
Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. Still struggling. In response to Commissioner Silverstein, I was not intending to put on you that you said there's any guarantee. It was more of a philosophical question. And yeah, again, thinking through, sometimes I do think a useful way to think about things is, if we deny the project, could the community get something, different? And what would that look like? And so another question for staff I have is, my understanding is that California state law requires us to allow any homeowner to build up to an 800 square foot ADU with 4-foot setbacks, regardless of lot size. So could this home potentially have an ADU on it? Could this lot, accommodate an ADU on it? Is that a choice the applicant has and just chose not to make?
Thank you for the question. It's not possible unless a primary residence exists on the lot in the first place.
And it couldn't be proposed together? It has to be two separate steps, or?
That's possible as a combined effort or perhaps.
Right. Okay.
one
Yeah. So my
fall
question is,
under, but yeah.
could this application be resubmitted if the commission turns it away? Could it be resubmitted with a single family home plus an ADU? And is it correct to say that the ADU could be up to 800 square feet with 4-foot side and rear setbacks? And that would actually be on top of, well, I guess we don't have a FAR here, so I don't know how that would work, but it would have to be allowed.
That's generally correct. An additional 800 square foot ADU would be possible in relation to whatever the primary residence would be. Excuse me.
And I guess, how does the additional work if this lot size doesn't have a standard maximum FAR for the city?
I think there are some fundamental questions with how one would get a primary residence onto the site. And I think the proposed project is one of the vehicles to make that possible. And so I believe initially, it's a little tricky for me to try and articulate, but to get the primary residence on the site, I believe it is impossible without some form of discretionary review, whether you have use permit and a few variances or some combination of the like. And then with that, you can also propose an ADU, but you would need to have that primary residence resolved via discretionary review first and foremost in order to create the pathway to allow for an ADU, whether it's combined or subsequent.
Okay, thank you. That's clear as mud, as they say. I think that I'm sort of appreciating what Commissioner Farrick was saying about the variances. I don't know how much of a difference it would make to the community, but since state laws seem to basically give you 4 feet, whether that's SB9 or ADUs, that being the side setback could potentially be more palatable. And yeah, I think the daylight plane, I mean, I was thinking about it. If you subtract, so right now it's roughly, let's say 4 feet over our maximum. If you subtract out the 2 feet they have to raise for the flood zone, that's still about 1.5 feet over. Maybe if you're open to it, we could hear from the architect if there's any like what considerations have been made regarding that and what we could see. I'm still just having trouble imagining like what could we get instead of this, and would that be a lot better, or would it just be like a slight tweak and not really anything much different? I think that's kind of where I'm stuck.
I'd be happy to hear from the architect if you feel like you have something to add. While you're getting ready, can I just ask for clarification from staff? I'm assuming that the choice before us tonight is to either grant or not grant the use permit and variances, and that we cannot say we grant it with a 4-foot setback. We would have to say, we don't grant it, please come back and we could give guidance on what to come back with, or just like, can you clarify what our options are?
Unfortunately, it would depend on the guidance that you provide. So I think we'd have to articulate that a little further. Sorry.
Okay, that's fair. I think I'm going to go to him. Okay, please go ahead.
So couple of items regarding like the side setback of 3 feet. The interior dimension of the house right now is 11 feet 9 inches. So basically every inch does matter right now. We could go with the 4 feet, but then the interior would be 10.9. So it makes it really hard to like even visualize a living space of being only like 10 feet. That's why we decided to keep it at 3 feet. That's one thing. Regarding the daylight and having I would love to have a slope roof, but that actually makes it even worse because it's a more mass of the roof on top of the house, and it will even block more, if you call it natural light, for the neighbors. So one of the main reasons that we keep it as a flat roof is to bring more light to the neighboring property. Quick things about the outreach. I was told that the homeowner had been once, while we had the original design, which was pretty similar to this, they actually contacted the properties nearby, the neighbors, specifically the adjacent property, and they were told we don't have any comments. Even from today's conversation, you probably figured out the issue that the neighbors have is not about the design or the height. It's about the fact that the house is getting built there. Otherwise, and we've been open to hear what they think about this design, what they think about the windows. Do they have any privacy concern? Things like that, of course, we are open. And we actually reach out to them, but we receive no response. And I want to ask actually.
Okay, sorry. I'm going to have to pause you there just because we limit comments.
Can I just mention one more thing and then I leave?
You can, but you can't. I'm not going to allow you to ask a question to staff and have a conversation.
Okay, so if we assume a hypothetical situation that this lot was part of the 935, can we say that if they were decided to build an ADU, they could actually go all the way up to 4 feet to the street and actually 4 feet to the back? So basically, someone can build, if this lot was part of the adjacent lot, could build the exact same footprint, even more further toward the height and more further toward the back.
Mhm.
I'm not quite sure if that's possible, but off of my understanding from the ADU codes, probably that's possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baruzzi.
I wanted to ask staff my question about the covered parking. Did staff have a conversation with, I mean, we've talked about having only one covered parking space instead of two. Was it ever considered, like, does that give anybody more freedom to have no covered parking and just the driveway space? I mean, that would be a variance too, obviously, but, you know, considering how unusual this project is, I thought I'd throw it out there.
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, that is not possible based on our variance requirements in the zoning ordinance. Only a 50% reduction can be proposed. And so it's half of the two, i.e. one, that you could propose and no less, based on it being a primary residence.
Commissioner Farrick.
Thanks. And related, if I can, through the chair, ask the staff. So when I was suggesting the potential to move the interior side setback to 4 feet, I guess I wasn't suggesting to narrow the house further because it's already smaller than probably many manufactured homes are. But I was thinking that it would then make I guess it's called the corner side setback from 12 to 6, from 12 to 5. And you're just saying, is the reason why you settled on 6 because of the 50% rule?
That's correct. So one cannot reduce it more than the 6 foot or 50% of that 12-foot corner side setback.
I see. Thank you.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
For my own education, how does it round if we, for example, had only required one parking spot and we were allowed to grant a variance of 50% of that? Would we be able to say 0? I recognize parking is discrete and not linear like setbacks.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. As a hypothetical, I don't think we have an answer. We haven't seen that, haven't been asked that. Yes, a fractional parking space is effectively useless, so I think we would go to 0 from a practical standpoint in that sense. I just haven't been asked that in 17 years here. So thank you for the question.
Glad to be the first. Thanks for the answer.
We're very innovative. Commissioner Farrick.
Thanks. Just another tagging into these technical questions here. And this is maybe what the architect was trying to discern too. If this property had a small, let's say this project that they're proposing was a much smaller single-family home with an ADU, would they be allowed the corner side setback to be 4 feet and the rear setback to be 4 feet rather than 13?
Sorry about that. For the ADU portion, yes, they would be allowed for that if it's a state mandated type of ADU. So if it were, no more than 800 square feet for that ADU and it's meeting all the other requirements based on state law, it is possible that that portion of the building, if attached to the main residence, would be entitled to the 4-foot side and rear, but not the primary residence.
Okay, and then does the staff, when they're working with an applicant with a very unusual lot configuration like this that's going to require some variances, never seen 6, but even 2, even 1, and usually they're like inches, not feet. So this is a lot, but would you normally then say, have you considered an ADU? Because I think they would actually be able to build this much, but assigned differently with different kind of space allocations. If it had, if they'd have maybe been aware of the ADU regulations? Do you talk to them? How does that process work when they're coming to you for this sort of thing?
I will clarify that we did have quite an iterative process over the past nearly 2 years to get to this point, and there have been a lot of discussions on the feasibility of the parking, the feasibility of a primary residence, and not much emphasis from staff, in my experience, regarding the ADU. We did have different staff members work with the applicant team, so I cannot speak for everyone's individual experience, but I will say that a lot of the emphasis has been on getting an initial primary residence and making that possible for the site. And so we did have a number of variances that came up. It was 6, 7 was also the number for a while, and then it was reduced down to 6, knowing that one of the variances was actually redundant. But that has been a very focused effort on the primary residence and having that first and foremost be possible. And so bringing another ADU into an ADU into the equation, I'm sorry, that is also in relation to our evolving understanding. We've been working on the ADU ordinance update. We had a lot of updates from when they first came in and applied. We had a different understanding of ADUs at that time, and it evolved quite a bit over the past, half year, almost a year. And so I would say that generally speaking, we were really focused on seeing if initially just a primary residence can be built, if it's possible that way.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if I could just expand. So everything Mr. Pruder said is absolutely correct, but I just want to add on one thing, if that's okay. So in response to Commissioner Farrick's questioning, so it's a fine balance. Staff wants to be helpful to applicants. We want to provide guidance, direction. What we don't want to do is provide suggestions or recommendations. And so I don't think that's the way your question was going, but it can be sometimes perceived that way. And so when staff's working with an applicant, like Mr. Pruder said, we're really evaluating their proposal, providing guidance in terms of our evaluation of that proposal specifically with compliance or consistency with the city's codes, regulations. In this case, applicability or feasibility of variances, whether we as staff feel like those findings can be met or not. It's not necessarily appropriate for staff to say, have you considered this alternative design or this alternative approach? And that starts to morph into staff providing direction, which we can't do as an objective partner in this evaluation and review for this development, if that makes sense. Just want to kind of add
that's
that
helpful
clarity.
context. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Sillen in a minute, but I will just say, I think this is a hard call and it's not easy, and I very much value all the input from all commissioners, and if other commissioners have further input, I'm always open to that. We do have other items on the agenda tonight, and I think sometimes we just have to vote, and I think I would like to move us in that direction, but I will call on Commissioner Sillen now.
Thank you. I am getting closer, and I appreciate all the discussion. I wanted to just zoom in on the daylight plane for a second and confirm my understanding with staff that the daylight plane requirement essentially, let's grant what the architect said, that a flat roof is better than a pitched roof. So if we do a flat roof, 2-story home, this daylight plane is sort of the minimum, the variance that's being requested would be the minimum to get to that height, given all the building codes and all that. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner Sillen. That's generally true. I would also add that this is a property that's located in the flood zone. In that area of the Willows, it's quite a flood zone impacted area. And so there was a need for them to raise their finished floor for the first floor and subsequently the second floor to respond to that requirement. And the other item to note is that the total height is just under 24 feet, where it could be 28 feet. So if they chose to potentially, have a pitched roof, they could use the daylight plane to maybe get a taller height as well. But they've also chosen to keep that down, I think, in relation to that flat roof that they've offered in their proposal tonight.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think the sense that I'm getting is that, especially in light of all the state laws, we could have, if we say no to this project, we could have a situation where without any hearing, the applicant could propose an ADU that has 4-foot setbacks from the side and rear. Even after building this property, they could do that as a additional application. Then there's the SB 9 consideration, and I think the parking I'm not as concerned about, and I know that there's some variances here being granted to accommodate the smaller garage rather than what we require. So long story short, I think I am comfortable approving the request based on the justification that with all the state laws in play, it's not totally clear that, the applicant, this lot would just remain empty, let's say, which maybe is what some of the neighbors would prefer. It might end up with something very similar or something even more into certain setbacks. So I think I would support the work that's been done by staff over the past couple of years. The pure fact that the applicant knew that they were going to have this hearing, I assume, have then made some decisions that are more in line with our community than if it was just purely like a staff sign off without a hearing. So I think I am comfortable supporting this project.
I would be thrilled to entertain a motion from someone. Commissioner Sillen.
Okay, since no one's raising their hand, I will make a motion to approve the proposed variance as a use permit for this project as stated in the staff recommendation.
Second. Okay. Seeing no other comments, we will vote. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Yes.
Commissioner Farrick.
No.
Commissioner Headley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler.
No.
Commissioner Sillen.
Yes.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yes.
I am also a yes. Item F1 passes with a vote of 5 in favor and 2 against. Thank you. We will now move on to item F2. Item F2 is considering a use permit, architectural control, major subdivision, BMR agreement, and environmental review at 68 Willow. At this public hearing, the commission may consider and adopt a resolution to approve a use permit, architectural control permit, and environmental review to demolish an existing office building and construct 8 new 3-story residential townhome buildings with a total of 50 townhome dwelling units and associated site improvements on a standard lot in the C1 or Administrative and Professional District Restrictive Zoning District. 8 units would be available at below market rate or BMR for households earning up to 120% area median income, moderate income, if the project is a for sale project, or 80% of area median income or low income if the project is a rental project. Determine this action is categorically exempt under CEQA guidelines section 15332's class 32 exemption for infill development. The application is being reviewed subject to the state density bonus law, government code section 65915 and relevant amendments, which permit exceptions to the city's zoning ordinance requirements. The applicant is requesting waivers from development standards to decrease the minimum front and side setbacks, increase the maximum floor area ratio or FAR, modify the building profile requirement, modify building projection requirements, increase the allowed percentage of stucco siding, decrease the minimum parking stall dimensions, increase maximum height, modify balcony setback requirements, and modify building modulation and height modulation requirements. In addition to the requested waivers, the applicant is requesting 1 concession to increase the maximum parking ratio for residential uses in the C1 district. Consider and adopt a resolution recommending approval of a vesting tentative subdivision map to subdivide the lot into 50 condominium parcels and 1 common area parcel. F3 and G1 are items associated with a single staff report. Okay. Mr. Turner, I believe, is the staff planner for this item. So, Mr. Turner, I will turn it over to you. Although the first thing that I want to clarify is, should I also read item G1 right now since we're considering them together?
G1, I believe, is the study session
Oh,
for
sorry.
the next item.
I got my items mixed up. Never mind. Mr. Turner, please go ahead with item F2.
Yes, thank you, Chair Eric and Commissioners. So tonight we'll be considering the 68 Willow Road project. I will keep my presentation brief in the interest of time, and then hand it over to the applicant for a broader presentation on the project. So tonight we have 68 Willow. It is at the intersection of Willow Road and Willow Place, about halfway between Middlefield Road and Laurel Street. It's in the C1 district, and it's surrounded by C1 properties. The San Francisco Creek to the southeast, and then other R3 properties across the street, across Willow Road. The proposed project consists of 50 townhouse units, which are in 8 multifamily buildings. There's also an interior loop road that connects all of the buildings, and that's accessed from Willow Place. As you mentioned, there'll be 8 BMR units in the project. There is an option for a for sale project, which would be limited to 120% AMI, which is moderate rate income, and then a separate rental option, which would be limited to 80% AMI, which is low income. There was a heritage tree removal permit approved for this project. It approved the removal of 23 heritage trees, and a portion of the value would be replaced with on-site replacement trees, and then the rest would be mitigated by an in lieu fee of about $422,000. The project would also include a vesting tentative subdivision map, which would subdivide the property into 50 condominium units that can be sold individually, and then the common area parcel. So today, the Planning Commission's actions, the Planning Commission would be the deciding body on the use permit, architectural control, BMR agreements, and the environmental review. And then the Planning Commission would be the recommending body to the City Council on the vesting tentative parcel map. I did receive a couple comments after publication of the staff report that were sent to the Planning Commission. Generally, they expressed concerns with bike and ped safety along Willow Place, particularly as it relates to the bike bridge over to Palo Alto, and then general traffic and traffic concerns. And with that, I can take any initial questions. Otherwise, we can move into a project presentation by the applicant.
Okay, let's do the project presentation and then we'll do clarifying questions.
Going to wait for Mr. Turner to be ready, but I'll go ahead and get started briefly. Good evening, Chair and Planning Commissioners. My name is Jeff Potts with SDG Architects. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. The applicant team is here as well tonight, along with our landscape architect, and available on the phone are the land use team, the civil engineer, and the lead energy consultant, should they be needed. You can go to the next slide. As Mr. Turner pointed out, This is a proposal to replace a 27,000 square foot office building with 50 newly constructed townhomes with private two-car use, two-car garages, but not all meet the requirement for a two-car garage. 8 of the units are designated as affordable housing. As such, this is a state density bonus project that was submitted under SB 330 with the protections and all that comes with that. The 50 units are 3-story residential architecture on a 2.5 acre site. The site is zoned for up to 74 units. And, you know, the 50 units was important to the applicant to make the project work. And I think also important to the city to continue to meet their RENA needs. We've been through a long process with the staff. You can go to the next slide. Very briefly, I won't read all of this, but it entailed at least 4 separate submittals with a lot of work going into each revision with the staff to get the project to where it is today, along with housing hearing and the environmental hearing. You go to the next slide. Again, this is a state density bonus project, so that's governing a lot of the waivers and revisions to the code. It meets current state building and fire codes, all municipal ordinances, aside from those where the waivers are being sought, along with you know, public utility infrastructure and environmental design standards. You can go to the next slide. So really, the basis of the design for the project was at a starting point to meet the 50 units with this housing type, which is a type that's sort of in the middle of, you know, apartment or condo style housing and regular single family housing. So the density was important. The next most important piece of the site was the interface with the creek. We wanted to, you know, make sure we maintain the creek setback, make sure we maintain the tree canopy at the creek, and have our open space interface with that creek open space to sort of increase the visual impact of that open space. And we also didn't want a street along that creek setback or an alley along that creek setback. So we made sure to face units out along that setback. The next sort of factor was fronting the units onto both Willow Road and Willow Place. That was important for the project visibility, for the, you know, city's view of the project, for the appeal to the neighborhood. So we wanted to make sure we were facing our units out along those areas, and then facing units outward to our neighbors as well on the, I'll call it Project North and South, as you're seeing it on your screen. You know, from there, the loop road was designed to meet all of fire, trash, infrastructure needs. And then the 2 remaining buildings in the center are facing onto an open paseo for a little bit more open space there. You know, as you can see, there's quite a lot going into the site. When you start adding the water quality treatment areas and all of the joint trench infrastructure, gas, sewer, water, everything. It's a pretty full site. So we, you know, did what we could to maintain some trees and most importantly, the trees along the creek. But that's kind of where the project landed. The next slide. Just quickly, I'm not going to go through the units in any great detail, but there is a large range of unit sizes and types. So we go from about a 1569 square foot, 3-bed, 3-bath, all the way up to a over 2,200 square foot, 4-bed, 3.5-bath unit. You get a range of, you know, residents, small families, move up, even a little bit larger families able to live in this neighborhood. So we've, you know, designed it so that we can get a wide range of residents. Go to the next slide. Just quickly, elevationally, we went with sort of a modern farmhouse style that would fit into the residential feel of the community and the neighbors. And again, there are various waivers about, step backs and recesses. And I think we've accomplished a great deal of articulation and architecture within what we've provided, although we haven't met the letter of the law on many of those and requested waivers on those. The units have balconies, front porches, and so they have some private space to go along with the major open space elements. Go to the next slide. With that, we are here to answer any questions that y'all may have. And as I said, the rest of the group is available either in person or on the phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potts. I will look for clarifying questions from commissioners before we move to public comment. Commissioner Bruzy. Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you, Chair. I think whenever there's a project like this, it's helpful to have staff remind us and city attorney remind us of what the bar is for addressing waivers and exemptions, and then similarly for incentives. What are we? So the staff report contains extensive detail about what those are. And it does give us an explanation about what our role is here, but I think it's helpful to reiterate that as it relates to the waivers and the incentives.
Yes, good question. In layman's terms, the incentives and waivers under the state density bonus law are granted to the applicant, to the developer. They are entitled to waivers and a certain amount of concessions based on the proportion of BMR units. So it's just something that they get. The onus would be on the city if they disagree with the waivers. The onus would be on the city to prove that there is an identifiable health and safety risk, whether it's conflict with building codes or other site-specific characteristics that make the project unsafe. So the bar is very high in when denying waivers and incentives or conditioning in a way that would preclude the project as it's designed. Incentives are the same thing. There is just the added circumstance of incentives are supposed to provide a cost reduction. Cost is sort of loosely defined in the code or in the state law. Could be monetary cost or a cost to providing the below market rate units. And similarly, the onus is on the city to demonstrate that either it would not result in identifiable cost reductions or is detrimental to public health and safety.
Excuse me. Thank you. And should the commissioners assume that that dialogue would have happened already up and before this point? If there were, a discussion of whether the waivers and incentives meet the thresholds you just laid out.
Yes, typically what happens during the review process is the applicant will submit a letter detailing what incentives and waivers they are requesting and the justification of those. And then staff will review it internally and with city attorneys or city attorney's office and determine whether or not findings can be made or not that that the waivers would create some sort of health and safety risk. Generally, it's difficult to make those findings for things like a modulation, height modulation, building modulation, or like certain design elements. So those are pretty quick discussions, but sometimes there are other things that come up that do warrant more of a discussion.
Thank you. And then with regard to our role in making a recommendation to City Council about the subdivision, could you just lay out the time frame for me about the decision? There's a subdivision milestone for us to as a recommendation. There's a subdivision milestone for City Council. And then I believe there also is a rent versus an ownership decision that the applicant will make before that final subdivision would need to be made. Could you just remind me of the sequencing of those events?
Yes. So after this hearing, upon the recommendation of the Planning Commission, we would go to the City Council for action on the tentative subdivision map. That's typically good for 2 years. We have written into the conditions of approval that the applicant would have to decide essentially whether the project will be a rental project or if it will be a for sale project when they submit their building permit application, and then submit the or record the appropriate BMR agreement prior to issuance of building permits. And then depending if it's a rental project, the applicant just wouldn't move forward with the final map. Eventually that would expire. Otherwise, like I said, they would have 2 years to submit the final map to complete the subdivision.
Commissioner Headley.
Yeah, I was curious if there has been prior discussion either here or at City Council about if there was a point of view on whether we prefer to have a development that is for sale or for rent.
I think I'm going to defer to staff to answer that in the appropriate way.
So I believe a lot of that conversation would have come out during like the housing element talks in developing the housing element update, which there is a policy in there that talks about developing a range of unit types, unit sizes for sale and for rent. There's more specific like policies and goals in there, but generally, yeah, there would have been a discussion about incentivizing many different types of housing for rent and for sale.
And sorry, just to ask a question, if memory serves, I believe there are, using the term loosely, incentives in parts of the housing element for developers to build for sale units. Am I incorrect in that?
Yeah, it depends on where, like in the specific plan, for example, there's the step up floor area ratio and height where you get additional floor area if the project is for sale. So there are those types of incentives.
Okay. Commissioner Headley, if it's okay with you, I think we'll leave it there for now and we can have more robust discussion later on. Commissioner Sillon.
Thank you. Did you have any more questions? Okay. I have two kind of somewhat specific questions. Regarding the TDM plan, there's a 15%, I guess, reduction granted for actively participating in commute.org. And I'm wondering if staff could elaborate on what that means to participate in that, since that is a pretty big chunk of the VMT reduction.
Yeah, so I believe that is a required TDM measure under the City and County of San Mateo County government, CCAG. Generally, it requires the project to enroll in the program, and I think that there's a certain number of things like designating a TDM coordinator and kind of implementing some of the measures like annual surveys or things like that. So it's kind of a threshold to get people involved in the TDM plan, is my understanding of that particular measure.
Okay, yeah, just to make sure we're talking about the same thing. This is in the TDM plan. I don't see there's no like table number, but it's on page 39 of the PDF. And there's a table that lists a bunch of different items, and they applied VMT reduction, totaling up to 38%. And there's a line item that's M4, actively participate in commute.org. And so am I understanding correctly that doesn't just specifically refer to commute.org? It's kind of meant to represent a general item of, I guess, being a TDM participant and like having all the administrative stuff in place? Or is that specifically for like a shuttle program of some kind?
I believe it's more of having the sort of participation infrastructure in place more so than like actively paying into a shuttle system or something like that.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is for the EIR that mentions that the project qualifies for an infill exemption, and one of the findings is that it's consistent with the general plan and zoning and development standards. And even in the justification for that, it does mention that there's a variance being requested for our development standards, specifically the FAR and the setback. So do variances as part of state density bonus law not count as, I guess, an inconsistency for purpose of the CEQA infill exemption findings?
It may be referencing the waivers.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. There are no variances.
Yes, excuse me, waivers.
For this.
Pardon me.
For this, I know we just talked about a lot of variances. Yes, so there is, I believe it's case law, but basically state law says that having waivers and incentives doesn't deem a project inconsistent with local zoning and general plan. So yeah, in this case, it would be consistent despite several waivers and concessions.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
So, and yes, just to clarify, this project does not have an EIR. It's just exempt using the infill exemption.
Seeing no more clarifying questions, I'm going to ask Ms. Roy to please provide instructions to the public on providing public comment and open the comment period for item F2.
Thank you, Chair Eric. We are opening public comment period for this item now. As a reminder, if you are in the council chamber and you'd like to speak, please fill out a comment card and hand it over to me. And for those who are attending virtually via Zoom, please click the raised hand button. And if you are calling by phone, press *9 on your keypad and you would be able to speak. At this moment, I have one comment card with me and 3 hands raised. So if you like, I can invite our first speaker.
Yes, please. Let's first do the comment card in person and then do the virtual hands. Thank you.
Thank you. So our first public speaker is Mr. Mike Federle. Please move to the podium and I'll set your 3-minute timer.
Thank you. My name is Mike Federle. I am the acting president of the Homeowners Association for Lane Woods, which is directly across the street from the proposed development. I'm really just learning more about it and seeing some of these pictures for the first time. So I'll have to do some more homework to learn more about it. One of the concerns expressed to me by members of our community has to do with any potential impact on Willow Road itself physically. Is this in any way going to narrow the bike lane or parking, or eliminate the parking spaces that currently exist along Willow Road, because both of those get heavy use currently by kids and others using their bikes to get to work or school. The parking spaces are increasingly being used as well. So I put this out more as a question rather than a particular comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I can invite our second speaker. So our second speaker in the City Council chamber is David Walter. Please move to the podium and you can start speaking.
Hi, my name's David Walter. I live almost across the street, kind of one property down from the proposed development. And thank you for your consideration and service in this area. I guess I would ask that you, it doesn't sound like there may be much control for this panel if it's just health and safety issues, but I would ask that you really take a close look at all of the requested variances and or waivers and concessions one at a time, think through them. It is, as one example, the entire neighborhood in across the street and along the street is 2-story. And this is going to be the first 3-story complex in that area. Does that make sense for this neighborhood? It's not a downtown area. It's not close to transit. Is this something where we want to move to 3-story? And then I guess the other point I would make from what I learned today, it's important to the panel that people reach out to their neighbors and discuss these. I'm not of, this is the first time I am also seeing these pictures, living almost across the street. I'm not aware of any reach outs that have taken place. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
If I may, through the chair, I can invite the virtual commenters now. Thank you. Mr. Kim, I think you are able to speak now.
Yes, my name's Kim Johnson, and I live directly across the street from this complex. And I'm just concerned, again, as mentioned, with the height of the buildings, the numerous, of course, setbacks that are being probably granted given the building considerations, as it was explained before. But I am very concerned about safety during the construction if this goes through. So many people use that bike path off of Willow Place and bicycles, and I just want to make sure that safeguards would be in place as the project's being going through and being built. Also, I am concerned that with other projects in the area, proposed projects specifically down at the corner of Middlefield and Willow and the former SRI project, that the traffic on Willow is going to be horrendous. And there isn't, with the bike paths and the parking, would that possibly be taken away in the future if we need to increase the lanes on Willow Road? And with the minimal setbacks from Willow Road that this new project will, for the townhouses, there's not much room even to move except to take away the bike lane and the parking. So I just want all that to be taken into consideration while you're doing this, but it appears that all of their waivers will be approved due to the density, the state density laws. So that's all. I just want to, I'm not happy that this is going in right across the street from me, but there's not much I can do.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next commenter is Naomi Goodman. Naomi, I think you're able to speak now.
Thank you, commissioners and staff. My name is Naomi Goodman. I'm a Menlo Park resident who lives next to and values San Francisquito Creek. I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to the individual who spent a lot of time and money to appeal the removal of 2 large coast redwoods and 15 other heritage trees, and to the 3 members of the Environmental Quality Commission that voted to uphold the appeal. The rejection of the appeal on a tie vote tells me that Menlo Park does not give a high enough priority to preserving our tree canopy. Those trees shade the creek to maintain the cool water required by endangered steelhead, and they provide nesting and foraging habitat for birds and other animals. The developer could have configured the project to minimize tree removal, but was never required to produce an alternative plan to that effect. Instead, the heritage tree rules require the person appealing the permit to produce those detailed plans, an impossibly expensive proposition for any individual. Although I know this is going nowhere, I am asking the Planning Commission to reject this project in its current form and to require changes to the plan to preserve heritage California native trees to the maximum extent possible, minimize artificial light directed toward the creek, and require the use of California native tree and shrub plantings in the landscaping. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next public speaker is Richard. Let me promote you to talk. Richard, I think you should be able to talk now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. This is Richard Crum. I'm a Menlo Park resident in Linfield Oaks neighborhood. I live down the street, and I appreciate Naomi's words a moment ago. I was the individual that appealed the removal of the heritage trees on the 68 Willow property. I think similar to the other people that have spoken, the community outreach was essentially limited. In one of the meetings I had with the applicant team, they said, "Oh, we'll reach out to the community after this is approved." That doesn't meet the threshold that I think is should be acceptable to members of the panel and members of the community. The other point that Naomi made is consistent with my experience. The applicant did not consider preservation or evaluate alternative design options for the property to preserve trees on the site. I hired an independent arborist to go and look at the trees, walk the property, make a series of recommendations on alternative approaches to preserve many of the specimens. And it was clear in talking with the city arborist that the attempts at design cost analyses fell short of what is typically seen by the department. Second, the EQC was certainly interested in taking up this discussion, but was told by the city attorney that they really couldn't on both the trees themselves, but also the turf, astroturf being used in the community area. And I guess this leads me to the question of if, I as a public citizen spent time and money trying to appeal this, the applicant wasn't held to a particular standard, consistent with the tree ordinance as we have it, then what is the point of the ordinance? What is the point of the appeal process? I was told at every turn that I should pursue this, that we should go and evaluate this, look at alternatives. The burden was on me to go find other alternatives for the developer and for the planning of the site. I did that and then was told that there's nothing that could be done. And I think that if that's the standard and that's the way that we want to be running this type of activity, it's time to look at the tree ordinance. It's time to look at the processes and say, can we do better? I think we owe it to each other. I think we owe it to the community character, the canopy, and the protection of the creek and the safety of the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
At this moment, I don't have any more comment cards or hand raised, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Roy. I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment period. We normally take a break if we're still going at 9 o'clock, but given that we're at a natural break point now, I'm going to propose that we take a short recess now, and we will reconvene this meeting at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
You gotta pee.
First batter of the game. Okay, I'm going to reconvene this meeting at 9:01. Vice Chair Silverstein is not here, but I imagine he will return shortly. We've just completed public comment on item F2 regarding 68 Willow, and we will now return conversation to the commission for discussion and ultimately a motion. Commissioner Headley.
Yeah, so I was serving on the Environmental Quality Commission in January when this heritage tree appeal came forward. And I just want to express my appreciation of our community members who are taking their time and money to protect our urban canopy. Out of that conversation, a number of recommendations were made to the applicant. And it seems like some of them have been incorporated in this new design. So I have, I guess, a couple of appreciations and questions. So the first one is, it seems like they are indeed retaining tree number 44. So I think that's good. It's unfortunate we couldn't retain more. And as a separate conversation, we can talk about alternative designs. But it also seems that the applicant is proceeding with native shrubs and ground cover instead of artificial turf under the oak trees by the creek, and that feels like a good move. So I want to confirm that that's actually true. And I would be more supportive of this development if the applicant was refraining from installing gas infrastructure, because installing the gas infrastructure is moving away from what we're trying to do as being a zero carbon community and is inconsistent with what we're trying to do with the climate action plan. So those are my initial comments from the former EQC perspective.
Thank you very much. I would like to, ask Commissioner Headley's question to staff to confirm the native California plants by the creek.
Yes, as Commissioner Headley pointed out, there were a number of items that came out of the EQC hearing. None of them were, conditioned on the project, and weren't a part of the action on the heritage tree removal permits, but were kind of things that the applicant generally agreed with looking into doing. So the landscape plans do show the California native shrubs and grasses near the creek instead of the artificial turf. And then I believe the tree planting plan has been updated to include more natives, more native tree species.
Commissioner Sillen, I believe you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Well, I think my first big question of staff is just there's so many different things that we're reviewing: use permit, architecture control, BMR, et cetera. Then there's these state laws, state density bonus law, SB 330, they're in play. And so I was just hoping to get maybe a more clear understanding of big picture, like what things we have discretion over tonight versus things that are less, debatable. Like from previous meetings, I know that waivers are typically not things that we would be discussing tonight unless we really felt strongly that XYZ waiver was done in bad faith somehow. But what are the things that I guess the Planning Commission is more expected to have discretion over?
maybe a bit of a complicated answer for a relatively simple question. So in general, the Planning Commission has purview over use permits, architectural control, which are discretionary actions. Within that, however, based on state law, you kind of have to limit your discussions to objective standards. You can't, modify the project or condition the project on subjective things that aren't in our code. So like architectural control is supposed to be the design of the buildings, whether they comply with our standards. Granted, there are these waivers that you can discuss, but I think as we mentioned, they're difficult to deny those, seeing as the applicant is entitled to them under state law. Similarly, the use permit is for the actual land use of the townhouse units, the multifamily development. That is a discretionary action, but you're sort of limited to the discretionary action of, or the objective standard of the density and whether or not it's complied with. A bit of a complicated answer and maybe not a clear answer, but
yeah, well, that was exactly why I asked. I was expecting a complicated answer because I'm a little confused. So yeah, sounds similar. I think almost everyone here was for the Sheridan site hearing, different project, but essentially what I recall from that project was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but tonight, if we agree with staff's application of our objective standards, then there's really not much else to discuss. Is that correct? Because like you said, anything subjective isn't at play here. So really we're just looking at our objective standards and deciding whether we agree with staff's assessment that this project meets those objective standards. And that's mainly what's at play tonight. Is that correct?
That sounds like an accurate summary.
Okay, thank you. I had a question about the question for staff about the subdivision. Well, actually, a bigger question about zoning. So this is a C1 district site. I'm wondering if it's a housing element site and or whether this site allows housing as a result of the zoning changes that we did during the housing element. Because I know one of the things we did was we decided to allow housing on commercial sites. So prior to the housing element discussion from this last cycle, would housing be an allowed use on this site? Or basically what I'm saying is potentially one of the reasons that this project is coming forward because of our housing element work.
Short answer is yes, it is in part because of the housing element updates. It's not a housing opportunity site that has a very specific definition within the housing element and has certain allowances afforded to it. The C1 district generally was updated to allow housing as part of a housing element policy or program to update the zoning ordinance to allow housing in commercial districts. So you're correct. Prior to the housing element and the subsequent zoning, this would pretty much just be limited to professional and administrative offices. And then the housing element update and zoning ordinance updates now allows housing in the C1 district.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, so a follow-up question on that with the subdivision, if the applicant chooses to move forward with that, would the zoning change on those subdivided parcels to housing or some sort of residential zoning, which seems more appropriate for a subdivision like this, or would it remain C1 parcels all the way down?
Yeah, the zoning doesn't change with a subdivision. It would remain a C1. It would just be individual parcels that could be sold separately as C1 parcels.
Is that strange?
Something we haven't seen before, 'cause this is the first housing project in a C1 zoning district. I don't know if I would necessarily call it strange, but
Okay, thank you. And then, yeah, I think my last comment or thinking was just about one of the comments I think a couple of the comments about the bike path. I'm a user of that bike path. We like the bike path and the bridge to Palo Alto. Is there something currently in the plan that ensures access during construction? I wasn't sure if I saw it in the report. And has staff and the applicant discussed any possibility of any sort of additional protected bike travel towards the bike bridge? Because I do agree with the sentiment that we might expect a little bit more car traffic on Willow Place where people travel to and from the bike path. So I'm just wondering if there's any discussion about, this seems like a great opportunity to have some sort of, even though I think it's great that we're expanding the sidewalk on that side of the street, it could be also a good opportunity to expand some sort of protected bike path towards the bridge. So I'm just wondering if that was, any conversations have been had about that?
So to answer the first question about access during construction, typically during the building permit stage, the applicant is required to submit a construction phasing plan that's reviewed by transportation engineering. That looks at those sorts of things, maintain pedestrian access, bike access during construction. Usually all the construction materials and everything needs to be, staged on site to maintain the access. So we will get that. It's one of the conditions of approval. As far as improvements to Willow Place, we kind of have to be careful of that. The applicant is required to do frontage improvements along their frontage. And particularly with housing projects, we usually can't require frontage improvements along adjacent properties or further beyond. They would be paying into a traffic impact fee, the TIF. So that will go into a fund that the transportation division can use to potentially do other infrastructure, roadway infrastructure improvements if they're approved by city council. But it wasn't a discussion we had for this particular project for them to require them to do additional frontage improvements.
Okay, thank you. So follow up on that first question about keeping it open during construction. So am I understanding correctly that there's already a requirement to receive a building permit from Menlo Park that access is maintained for bike and pedestrian access? I know it wouldn't be this specific, but essentially, can I have peace of mind that access would be required to be maintained open to the bike bridge during construction? And it sounds like during the building permit stage, the applicant has to submit like how they're going to keep that access open. Because I also heard you say something about a condition of approval.
Correct. Yeah. The construction phasing plan is required as a condition of approval. It's usually in the construction documents, and yeah, the transportation division and engineering division building will review to make sure that like ADA compliance is maintained, that bike and pedestrian access is kind of maintained during construction.
Okay, thank you. And then regarding the frontage improvements that you mentioned, so yeah, so just talking about frontage of this property, is there, I guess, how was it decided what the applicant would install? Like I saw that there's a sidewalk being installed. Is that something that's a negotiation between the city and the applicant, or do we have like standard requirements that are just followed and there's no leeway? And maybe what I'm getting at is, could we, as a planning commission, impose additional requests for that frontage specifically?
It depends on the zoning district. Some districts have specific frontage improvement requirements. In this case, it was a little bit more of a negotiation between the engineering division and the applicant. The engineering division requires frontage improvements on pretty much all use permit discretionary actions. So there were discussions of, widening the sidewalk more. But seeing as it was a housing project, we didn't have that discretion to require that as an objective standard. So in this instance, I would say we probably couldn't condition the applicant to explore further improvements to the street. I'll say that.
Thank you. I guess I'm left wondering what we're doing here as a planning commission, because it kind of just sounds like, well, yeah, okay. Maybe I'll just repeat what I said earlier. It sounds like, unless we disagree with the application of our objective standards, it feels like there's not much to be done, which is a little frustrating, but I also understand why some of these laws were put in place. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to build on a topic that Commissioner Sellen teed up, which is that this project is the outcome of a rezoning that did happen as part of the housing element. So if I'm understanding the timeline correctly, it was about 7 to 8 months from the rezoning to the first application. And I think this commission periodically asks itself sort of how long it takes for zoning changes to take effect. So this is a data point. I think as Mr. Turner said, this is the first application that we got from a rezoning of a C1, or certainly the first one we've seen here. So 7 or 8 months to put in an application and 2.5 years for it to show up here. Like, data point noted, at least in my notebook. But along those lines, the change that we made in the C1 was to introduce 30 dwelling units per acre, which this is not. So I have a couple of questions, if I may, for the applicant, just about how certain decisions were made. If you wanted to come back up to the podium. I'm not sure who the best person to speak is. I'll sort of, tee up my questions. So I think I'm curious about whether additional higher density residential options were considered, what they were, why not. I certainly think there was a description in the the applicant letter that talked about wanting to fit into the community. But I'm interested in what other density solutions were looked at, if any.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of options were discussed and kind of reviewed. The housing type, really the applicant wanted to lean into a townhome type of product to kind of fit in the middle of the higher density condo projects and the single family projects that are going on. The condominium project in that neighborhood, would have been much taller, much smaller units, and really just wasn't as feasible I think, from a cost benefit analysis on the subject parcel. And so the townhome project was selected. And then the density, was driven to where we could get it to. I mean, I think we kind of landed on their minimum number, but there really wasn't any more density to be had in that style of product. So you would have definitely been in some sort of garden apartment, stacked flat podium kind of project, and it really just wasn't the market that was going to work in that particular area.
Okay. And I know this is a little bit in the abstract, but this commission frequently asks itself what it can do to make those kinds of higher density developments appealing. And so I guess I'm asking you to hypothesize or sort of abstract and educate us a little bit here. What might the answer to that question be? And honestly, there's no answer that's too long because we are very interested in this question.
Well, I mean, I'm the architect on the project. I'm not a land developer or land owner, but we do all types of projects for, many regional builders. The higher density projects are more suited to getting even closer to downtown. So those sites, are really the ones that can sort of handle that type of development. The issues with podiums and things like that these days, I mean, you have to build 120 units before you can sell one. With a townhome project, you can build 8 units and start selling units immediately. And so you're not, this giant cash outlay. I mean, how do you make things cheaper? I don't know, lower fees, incentivize people to build certain types of projects. Those are kind of how could the city do it? Zoning on certain parcels, lower fees a whole bunch on specific housing types, if that's what you were really targeting.
I appreciate you entertaining sort of the abstract and the hypothetical, because and in some cases, and I suspect that the developer is very well aware of this, the properties next door that are also at front Willow Place can be an opportunity for Menlo Park at some point in the next probably 10 years, because when Menlo Park reaches a population of 35,000, they become within half a mile of the Palo Alto, the Palo Alto, train station. And this is actually something we discussed in our last meeting even, which means that it's very possible that the two properties next door become default density zoned at 100 dwelling units per acre. So it's interesting and important for us to have just more insight into what makes in that location a higher density, project, something that gets considered and how it would be considered.
And you're talking of SB 79?
Yes,
zoning?
I'm talking under SB 79.
Yeah. And there still is, a bottom of that zoning that's down at 30, and you still might see people looking at that bottom end of that zoning, depending on where exactly that parcel might land within a neighborhood, what the context of the neighbors are, what the access to transportation really is, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And then I know that at some point the team will make a decision about whether the townhouses being developed will be rented or offered for sale. Could you talk a little bit about the criteria and the timeframes for making those decisions, please?
That certainly would be a question more for the ownership group of the parcel than myself.
Good evening, Commission. Chase Rapp, applicant. Yeah, so a little bit of thinking and background on why we wanted to move forward with 2 BMR agreements. I think a lot of us have seen projects get entitled, approved, and never built. There are so many hurdles that developers have to go through to actually bring a project to fruition. Entitlement is one of the major hurdles, but the next hurdle is financing. We cannot control the macroeconomy. We do not know how long these projects are going to take during this entitlement period. And so having higher probability of being able to finance this project, whether it's for rental or for sale, is the goal of this outcome, of being able to have flexibility up until when we need to make a decision. And so the overall goal for us as the owner and applicant is to be able to bring this housing to fruition, whether it is for rent or for sale. And so having the optionality up until we can figure out what our financing package is to actually build this project is the reason for both BMR agreements.
Thank you. So what I understood from the response is it really just depends on financing?
Correct, and demand.
Okay, and demand. Great, thank you. And then my final question for the applicant, either of you. I think we've heard there was, before we even got to public comment this evening, there was a, to me, notable absence of information in the staff report about community outreach. And I think it was mentioned in the prior project. And it's certainly been a point of real emphasis, particularly for larger residential and commercial projects that come before the Planning Commission. So I was kind of surprised not to see a mention that work had been done or what the outreach had been done. I think it's great that there are folks here. I think the fact that there is a excuse me, an HOA, so there is a structure for outreach, even in the immediate vicinity, presents you with a tremendous opportunity to just better communicate what's going on and identify questions and concerns that people may have. Just the nature of the emails that have come to us as a planning commission and some of the things that came to the EQC, like there were some really good constructive pieces of feedback that sounds like have already been incorporated, some of which I think can still be incorporated to the benefit of the project. I don't think that every project has the opportunity for the level of community outreach that Lane Partners and the SRI redevelopment did, but they were certainly a model in terms of setting a high threshold for the kind of community engagement and collaboration that I think we can all aspire to, and that we hope that we will see from most of our as many of our developers as possible. I will take a break from the coughing and pass excuse me, pass it to the
Sorry,
commission.
while we have you, I had another question. Thank you. My recollection is that this planning commission has heard several projects where people have said that building townhomes is actually much more difficult from a financing standpoint. I could never really understand their explanations, but it had something to do with like you had to finance each home individually and get a loan on that versus being able to finance the whole apartment building. And so I'm just curious if you can, like, is financing townhomes harder in your experience?
No, it's not.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Not sure where that comes from.
Commissioner Farrick.
Thank you. I don't need to repeat what's already been said. Commissioner Schindler articulated a lot of my thoughts well as Commissioner Sillen with the, my one question and concern was really over the bike ped access through the construction and then, of course, forever. I actually like a lot about this project. I think it looks really nice and it is a step higher than current, but that's sort of where we're going. And I'm sure many of these neighbors are acutely aware of some other projects that are far less contextually appropriate or in the same even universe. And so this is, I feel like, a really thoughtfully designed project, and glad that there's been some reviews that have helped it with sustainability. I would, also echo Commissioner Headley's comment that I would really love to see more of the REACH code type renewable energy elements be integrated here for the health of the residents, for the climate goals of the community. But generally, I think it's a really nice add to the community. It's also nice to see a commercial property become residential because we need to have that happen. And this is a great spot for it. I was also kind of just looking in terms of density. I think it's called the Burgess Classics. I was counting, it looked like there's 36 homes on 3.5 acres, and this is 50 homes on 2.5 acres. It's not really that much more dense. So anyway, these are all just things, I'm pleased to see it come to the city. Would love it to be a little more sustainable. And thank you for listening to the feedback of different commissions and making some improvements that are important.
Thank you. Oh, or you want to go?
I don't have a lot to say. I'm very much in favor of this and I'm happy to entertain a motion. Nothing to
Okay.
add.
Thanks. I'm just going to make some brief comments. I will say I want to acknowledge, I think, the comments that have been made before about incorporating community feedback, and I hope the applicant continues to do that during the process. I will say, I hope that because I think it'll make for a better project, and because this is probably, I've been on the Planning Commission 3 years, and I think this is the most excited I've ever been about a project. And so I would like this to really succeed and be a gem of Menlo Park that people want more of. And the reason I'll say that is, I think greater density would have been great, but I moved to Menlo Park 10 years ago, and every single friend that I knew in Menlo Park when I moved here has moved away. That includes my best friends, that includes my children's best friends, and they moved away because they couldn't raise a family here. And this is exactly the type of housing that I asked the question about financing because I'm always confused why people don't build more of this housing in Menlo Park. Obviously, not everyone who lives here is raising a young family, but there are lots of people that are. And I believe that some of my friends would have been able to stay if this project existed. So I hope it turns out great. I hope you listen to the community and make it something the community is proud of. And I hope that there's more of it. And thank you for everything you're doing.
I don't think I have anything super constructive to add. I did want to query a little bit about some of I use that bike bridge a lot. And so does my husband, and I like him, so I'd like to keep him. And I do think that given the change from a business usage to residential, we're probably going to see more traffic at different times of day there than we would have before. And I do think doing whatever we can to enhance visibility, exiting that driveway, and induce people. I thought that was an incredibly insightful comment that we got from a nearby resident, that people are not necessarily likely to look to their, when they're turning out onto Willow Place, they're not necessarily likely to look to their left when there are not that many cars coming from that direction. And bikes do kind of come down that bike bridge relatively fast. So I'm wondering if it's reasonable for there to be mirrors added there at a bare minimum. Are there ways that planning staff could work with people in the transportation department to sort something out in that location to increase visibility? I mean, I looked at even the suggestion that the angle of the driveway be changed, and that seems, I'm going to ask, is that possible? Probably not, given what I've seen of the site layout, but I thought it wasn't a crazy idea. So I wanted to ask staff if they had any thoughts on this, and if the applicant had any flexibility around the driveway.
I may ultimately defer that to the applicant, but I imagine if you look at the turning templates for the fire truck, it is pretty tight. So I imagine that has a lot to do with the angle of the driveway and how it was designed.
And what's the lighting situation going to be? I think there's going to be some lighting added.
As far as the first question, well, I'll step back one step. I know everybody finds it hard to believe. There's less traffic from a residential community than a commercial building. And people aren't, in a hurry to tear out of there to get home or things like that typically at 5 o'clock. Typically the driveway angle wants to be as close to perpendicular as it can be with the road it's intersecting. Most engineering departments would require that as sort of the basis. So really skewing it off angle is not really an appropriate, design decision. The lighting, for lack of any better, more accurate terminology, will be, will meet the City of Menlo Park's street lighting requirements for that street. And so either what's there or along the frontage, what would be installed would, meet those lighting requirements. I don't know if any of that helps.
No, that does help. I will echo one of my colleagues' disappointments, I have a little bit of disappointment about the lack of variety of unit sizes. I understand that with townhomes, you're kind of a little bit anchored to a certain kind of thing. But I know that I actually went and looked to see how many of different sizes of townhomes we had and condos we had in Menlo Park for sale. And I feel like we do not have a lot of for sale units in the 1 to 2 bedroom range, and that there is a market for that. So I'm a little, I guess it's helpful to hear your perspective on some of the constraints that you're operating under. And I think as a commission, we're going to need to continue, and as a city, we're going to need to continue to figure out how we can incentivize that kind of starter home, because while this can be sort of a starter home, I mean, it's cheaper than buying a lot. It's still probably going to be beyond the reach of a lot of young families, retirees, professionals who are, not looking for 3 to 4 bedrooms. So, and then I'll also just finally ask about future electrification and how ready the buildings will be for that.
Let me see where to start here. There's not a lot of 1 or 2 bedroom townhouse style homes being developed anywhere in the Bay Area. Really, the 1 to 2 bedrooms start to fall into the condo, flat, apartment sort of realm of things. So it's fairly rare. I mean, we do work for, as I said, most of the top builders in the region, in the nation. It's rare to find a 1 or 2 bedroom townhouse. Electrification, I mean, the building code requires that everything's set up to be completely 100% electrified already. That's just a standard of the California Building Code and the California Green Code. So everything's set up to be electric as far as circuitry and location of outlets and things like that. So it could be electrified at any time.
Thanks.
Commissioner Headley.
So I have a follow-up question to that. If it could be electrified at any time, why are we installing gas infrastructure?
The basic reason is because in general, people want gas appliances. That's what the market demand is. If you go out and do a market study and say, no, you can't have a gas stove, you can only have an electric stove. No, you can't have a gas furnace, you can only have electric furnace. It's just not what the market suggests that people want.
Commissioner Schindler.
I am ready to make a motion, but I wanted to just pause and see if other commissioners had anything else to say. Okay.
Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly also express my appreciation for this project. I think that my earlier frustration was more about process than this project in particular. With the waivers in particular, just, for example, one of the waivers is to make the garage smaller, and the reason is that you can't reduce the garage, you can't make it bigger without reducing square footage of the project, which kind of seems like circular reasoning. So nothing against the applicant. I'm sure they're just playing within the rules that have been created. It's just kind of weird. But as far as this project in itself, I think I often go through that area on my way, to different places on Willow, and it's a great location. It's actually, I think, closer to Palo Alto downtown than Menlo Park downtown, but even without that, it's a sandwich between 2 downtowns. It's walking distance to a grocery store. It's close to the Caltrain station, all of our city services, library, city hall, et cetera. So it's a great place to add some density. I do wish it was more, but I have no objection with this type of product. My wife's cousin lives in Orange County in a similar kind of townhome development, similar floor plans to the ones I'm seeing here. And I think it's great, very family friendly, lots of families with kids. And yeah, it's a great place to visit. So I think it'll be a great addition to Menlo Park. And I think it's great that we have, units with more bedrooms coming here, oriented for families. I know that in the past we've had meetings where I know council has expressed, that's why we did the whole step up bonus program downtown, was to encourage more family oriented larger units, which we're getting, not quite downtown, but close. And I wanted to express the appreciation for integration with the creek. I often feel like the creek is kind of like this underutilized resource that we have. In other cities, you have like river walks and things like that, but our creek is largely inaccessible. So I think it's great to integrate that into the project. So yes, I'm happy to support it. I think it's a very small increase in height. And like others have said, potentially much larger increases could be coming with new state laws. So this is a good step in the right direction.
I agree with a lot of that. And I'll take the applicant at their word that the garages can fit 2 cars, but I know for a fact they can fit 2 bikes to go over the bike bridge. So.
Thank you. I agree that, as with what many other commissioners have said, this is a positive step in a direction that we're trying to move in. This is what we're trying to accomplish with a lot of the things that we did with zoning around the housing element. I also appreciate that whether it was in the EQC meeting or the discussion that we've had here, there are elements of these processes where we're having to make trade-offs between different goals that the city has, whether it's density or different environmental concerns or economic concerns, which will come up next. It's hard. So with that, I would like to move that we approve the use permit, the architectural control, and the BMR agreement, and that we recommend to City Council to accept the recommended subdivision map.
I'll second it.
Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Aye.
Commissioner Farrick.
Yes.
Commissioner Headley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler.
Yes.
Commissioner Sillen.
Yes.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yes.
I'm also a yes. That item passes with 7 in favor and 0 against. Thank you.
Through the chair, can I make a comment before you move on?
Yes.
I just would like, even at this stage, to ask the applicant to do some community outreach so the neighbors are better informed. Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to move on to item F3 and G1 together, unless staff tells me otherwise. Which these items pertain to a...
Chair Eric.
Yes.
We would like to proceed separately. They are the same staff report, but we
okay.
would do the DEIR hearing first and then move into the study session after.
Understood. Okay, then we will move to item F3, which pertains to a draft environmental impact report, or draft EIR, public hearing for the O'Brien Drive portfolio at 995 to 1005 O'Brien Drive and 1320 Willow Road. This is a public hearing to receive comments on the draft EIR for a project to demolish 3 existing 1-story commercial buildings on 3 parcels and construct 1 new 5-story building for research and development and office uses, 1 new 4-story building for R&D and office uses, 1 new 7-story parking structure on 2 parcels located in the Life Science Bonus, or LSB, zoning district. The proposed project would be constructed in 2 phases, with the 5-story R&D office building and a portion of the parking structure to be developed in the first phase, and the 4-story R&D office building and the remainder of the parking structure in the second phase. The proposed total gross floor area of the project would be approximately 228,398 square feet of R&D and office space with a floor area ratio of 1.24. The proposal includes a request for an increase in height and FAR under the bonus level development allowance in exchange for community amenities. The applicant is proposing payment of a community amenities in lieu fee. The project includes hazardous materials use permit request to allow 2 diesel generators to operate the facilities in the event of a power outage or emergency. The project includes a request to modify the design standards related to major building modulations to allow for the modulation to extend to the second floor, approximately 34 feet, instead of the base height, 45 feet. The proposed project also includes a request to remove 10 heritage trees. In accordance with CEQA, the Certified Program Level Connect Menlo EIR served as the first-tier environmental analysis. Further, the draft EIR was prepared in compliance with the terms of the settlement agreement between the City of East Palo Alto and the City of Menlo Park. The draft EIR was prepared to address potential physical environmental effects of the proposed project in the following areas: population and housing, transportation, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, operation, traffic noise, construction noise and vibration, hazards and hazardous materials, and tribal cultural resources. The draft environmental impact report identifies significant and unavoidable environmental impacts to greenhouse gas emissions due to the inclusion of a natural gas infrastructure in the proposed project. The project site does not contain a toxic release site per section 6596.2 of the California Government Code. Written comments on the draft EIR may also be submitted to the Community Development Department at 701 Laurel Street, Menlo Park, no later than 5:30 p.m. on May 18th, 2026. Mr. Turner, I believe you are the staff planner for this project, so I will turn it over to you, and then I believe we have the applicants in person here.
Yes, thank you, Chair Eric, once again. So we will be talking about 1005 O'Brien Drive and 1320 Willow Road project. This is the draft environmental impact report hearing, followed up by a study session on the project. I have a recommended meeting format for today, starting with the DEIR public hearing and then going to the study session. So after my brief remarks, I will pass it over to the applicant for their presentation, then go to our EIR consultant, Catherine Wall with Dudek. We can then take public comment and then go into commissioner questions and discussion, close the draft EIR public hearing, and then move into the study session, where we can once again take public comment and then have commissioner discussions and question on the characteristics of the project. So the project is located, there's 3 properties, 2 along O'Brien Drive, 1 along Willow Road, on the east side of Willow and then the north side of O'Brien Drive. The property site is shown in the broader context of the Bayfront area, is bordered by the other projects in the LSB zoning district, and then LS without the B designation, bonus designation across O'Brien Drive, and then Mid-Penn High to the north, and then across the street, across Willow Road, some residential developments. As mentioned, the proposed project would result in approximately 228,000 square feet of life science research and development within 2 buildings, a parking structure that would be completed in 2 phases, totaling 497 parking spaces with an additional 23 additional surface parking spaces, so 520 total. The project would provide open space, including publicly accessible open space. And as I mentioned, the project would be built in 2 phases, starting with the 1005 O'Brien project, a portion of the parking structure in the first phase, and then the second phase would be the 1320 Willow building, and then the second part of the parking structure. So the purpose of today's meeting, there are 2 public hearings, 2 public meetings. First, the draft EIR public hearing, which gives the public and the commission an opportunity to comment on the EIR. And then the study session to ask clarifying questions on the plans, design, below market rate housing proposals. proposal. No actions will be taken at this meeting. The public comment period for the draft EIR runs through May 5:30 p.m. and on May 18th. Staff and our EIR consultant will then take those responses and then respond to all substantive comments in the final EIR. And then the project will come back to the Planning Commission, where they would be the acting body on the EIR certification, and then the land use, the various land use entitlements. We did get a couple of additional comments on this project. I might have didn't tab out there. So after publication of the staff report, generally expressing some concerns with construction, noise, and air quality, the BSL levels, and whether or not they are regulated, to what degree, and then traffic in Bellhaven, and then the traffic's associated air quality effects. So those were also sent to the Planning Commission earlier today. So if the commission is okay with my recommended actions, then we can go to the applicant for their presentation.
Good evening, Chair Eric, Vice Chair Silverstein, and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm John Tarleton, CEO of Tarleton Properties, the applicant for this project. Before our team begins the formal presentation on the draft EIR, I wanted to take a few moments to introduce our company and explain how we approach a project like this. I also want to begin by thanking city staff and the consultant team for the thoughtful and substantial work they've already done to get us to this point. We appreciate the professionalism and care they have brought to this process. Tarleton Properties is a locally owned family enterprise with deep roots in Menlo Park. Our family began acquiring and entitling land in 1980, and our founders believed this district could become a long-term home for companies focused on research, product development, and innovation. Companies that would create jobs, contribute to the local economy, and help Menlo Park remain an important place for enterprise ideas and life-saving innovation. Over time, the market evolved, and so did the district. Demand shifted toward life science and research-oriented users, businesses that make long-term investments and create the kind of skilled jobs this community depends on. Menlo Park recognized this evolution, and the city's life science zoning framework helped give it shape and intention. As reflected in the staff report, this project fits within that pattern of district evolution. Later tonight, we will also have an opportunity to discuss the project itself, and my team and I look forward to hearing your thoughts and answering your questions. But first, the draft EIR. We take that process seriously, not as a threshold to clear, but as the analytical foundation that allows this commission to evaluate the project on its actual merits. As we hand off to the project team, I want to close with this. Tarleton Properties is a family enterprise that means, and that means we think in generations, not quarters. The question we ask is not what a project will return, but what it will contribute in jobs, district quality, and whether the buildings we put here will be serving this community 20 years from now. That is also why for many years we have helped fund the district shuttle and active transportation program, and why our foundation has supported scholarships for Bellhaven students, not because we were required to, but because it reflects how we believe this district should function and what is right. This district carries real obligations, and we know it. That is the lens we bring to this project, and we are committed to participating in this process in a deliberate and constructive way. With that, we thank you again for the time this evening, and I'll turn it over to our team from DES.
Good evening, Chair Eric and Commissioners. My name is Dawn Jedkins. I'm with DES Architects and Engineers. We're the architects for the project. So I've put a few slides together here around the site and then the building design, and then we can take any questions you might have. Next slide, please. So this is the zoning map, and excuse me, I'll put my glasses on. The zoning map for the project. So the project site is in kind of the dark fuchsia color. It's on the kind of western edge of the Life Science District and the Menlo Park Labs development. The Life Science District has two components to it. The north side of O'Brien Drive is the density bonus allowed in the area. And then on the south side, typically the standard Life Science District. If we go to the next slide, please. Just a little bit more detail on the plan. So all the buildings that you see in the kind of light beige are the Menlo Park Labs, Tarleton Properties holdings. And then the ones in blue are the ones currently under entitlement. So the ones that we're going to talk about today are kind of on the western edge, 1320 Willow and 1005 O'Brien. Next slide, please. We just wanted to give you a snapshot of some of the buildings kind of more recently developed by Tarleton Properties. 1350 Adams is recently completed. It's the largest life science building in the portfolio in the district. And then you can see adjacent to that, a lot of these buildings are sometimes industrial repurposed buildings converted to life science with some facade improvements. And then 1305 O'Brien, bottom right, similarly went through the same process and the transformation. We go to the next slide, please. So just getting a little bit closer in on the site, the purple line is the development site boundary, and you can see there's 3 existing industrial buildings. Next slide, please. And then just a few shots of the streetscape on O'Brien Drive. It's a pretty typical streetscape along that street with street trees, but really embedded in pavement. It's a paved experience from the curb all the way to the buildings, typically with no defined sidewalk, a little bit of off-street parking. If we go to the next slide, please. So existing lots are outlined. There's 3 lots, 1 per building. Have a little bit of an angle to them, and the building shape matches that. And then if we go to the development site on the next slide, this is how we're proposing to redevelop. So you can see 1005 O'Brien along O'Brien Drive, fronting on O'Brien with the lobby, and then 1320 Willow, similarly fronting Willow Road and the parking structure in the back. The overall project as proposed is 1.24 FAR, max height at 101 feet, and the average height at 74 feet. With 520 parking stalls. If you compare that to the maximum allowed for the life science bonus zoning, we're under that requirement. The phased project is below, currently proposing 1005 O'Brien as phase 1 and 1320 Willow as phase 2. And then increments of the parking structure will be developed accordingly. There will be a lot line adjustment. The 1035 O'Brien on the adjacent lot is also owned by the Tarletons. We would make that, straighten up that lot line between the 2 parcels of 1005 and kind of resolve some of the parking transitions between the 2 sites. And then you can see the parking structure 1005 on 1 parcel and 1320 on the second. Next slide, please. So I wanted to just review kind of the open space and the public component to the open space. So the dark green areas are publicly accessible open space, and the light green would be internal to the project for the use of the tenants. We've focused the public open space around the perimeter to activate the street frontage along O'Brien and Willow, but then also kind of gather some more meaningful open space along the northern property line against the SFPUC Hetch Hetchy strip. And so in the tables here on the right, you can see the required amount of open space at 20%. We're at 31% in phase one, 35% in phase two, for an average of 32% on the overall project, which is approximately 31,000 square feet of public open space. On the next slide, just kind of looking at the different activities within those open spaces. The light yellow is where the building lobbies are occurring for both buildings. You can see we've got some kind of sport court areas with a full court basketball court at the rear of the site, some kind of group gathering areas, and then some more contemplative kind of smaller seating areas. And then the next page just gets into a little bit more detail on that with some of the site furnishings, the activities, ping pong, cornhole, various games like that, and then different types of seating for kind of collaborative areas and contemplative spaces to sit. Oh, and the bicycle racks are located adjacent to the main entrance of both buildings. From a tree standpoint, we do have a tree removal plan. Some of these are heritage trees. You can see them primarily along the street frontages. For those of you who are familiar with O'Brien Drive, we had overhead power along O'Brien, and a lot of those trees have really been butchered over the years because they're growing up into the power lines. So we're hoping to create a much more sustainable streetscape in terms of the scale of tree that might be under the power line, and then kind of the layering of trees as it gets into the project frontage and the landscape zone between the building and the street. And the next slide shows a little bit of the detail. This is O'Brien, but similarly on Willow, showing you kind of the layers of planting, the layers of kind of the under the pink trees where there's seating areas, and then having a street tree, and then some layers of tree beyond, really enhancing and improving the streetscape. On O'Brien Drive, it's about a 30-foot landscape setback from property line to the building. We're averaging about 50 feet on Willow Road. And then just a few views of both of the buildings. This is 1005 O'Brien. This is the 5-story building. You can see this shot with the lobby in the foreground, the entry canopy element that kind of goes along the east side of the building, kind of connects to the back of the building where the connection to the parking garage would occur. We have feature massing elements where the vertical circulation occurs on the east end of the building. And then you can see the canopy at the top is actually a rooftop terrace. And you'll see that on the next slide. We've removed the entry canopy, the trellis canopy at the top, so you can kind of see the activity at the roof there. And then the next slide is the entry and elevation on Willow Road for the 1320 building. Similar kind of entry canopy and kind of large kind of defined vertical element where the lobby is occurring. We have a brise soleil feature above the entry on the upper floors. And then on the left-hand side of this render, you can see the rooftop terrace, which is on the north side of the building, where the public open space is occurring. And then the next slide is a picture of the rooftop terrace at 1320 Willow. And you can see the public open space just at the ground level of the building to the left. The next slide is the material board. I don't know how many of you are familiar with 1350 Adams, but these are a very similar material palette to that building with 2 tones of GFRC. We do have some wood look material that clads the underside of that high canopy at the roof level just to give it some warmth. On the Willow Road building, the brise soleil is in this nice kind of copper color. And then we've got various shades of gray in terms of the mullion, the roof screen, and then you can see the 2 types of glass. And we'll be having bird safe glass on this building as well. The parking structure I mentioned, we're going to build that in 2 phases. We're going to phase that vertically. So just build enough by phase for the project. So you can see the phase 1 and phase 2 elevations on the left-hand side. We have this metal mesh kind of fabric screen to kind of create some interest along the facade of the building, looking at varying scales and color of that material to give visual interest. Sorry if I'm powering through. I know it's late. I'm trying to get you as much information as I can. The next slide just talks about some of the features of the building from a sustainable design standpoint. The lead ratings that we're applying for both buildings. We have on-site EV parking and bicycle facilities, reducing the heat island effect by creating all the parking within a parking structure. We will be, the building will operate at a net neutral energy. And in order to accomplish that, we'll be buying 100% renewable electricity from Peninsula Clean Energy and purchasing certified renewable energy credits to offset the natural gas use for the project. We will be installing solar PV on available portions of the roof. Minimum requirement is a 5 kilowatt system for the project. We've got open space, which exceeds the minimum. We're trying to optimize the window to wall ratio for daylighting, minimize heat gain, reduce water features, recycled water for irrigation, and so on and so forth. And then just a few facts about the campus itself, the Menlo Park Labs. It does have a number of amenities throughout the campus for all the tenants to use. We do have a campus-wide TDM program, so this project would participate in that. On-site bicycle storage, rideshare and electric vehicle parking, and shared use for tenants. And then we've got 2 shuttles, the Menlo Park Lab shuttle and then the City of Menlo Park shuttle, both of which operate throughout the campus, providing connection to a number of the closest transportation hubs. We have a conference center within the campus, as well as food service at 1440 O'Brien. We've also got a fitness center in that same location, and then various kind of community events to bring the community to the project and also have the tenants enjoy these various amenities. And a lot of this helps us offset peak hour travel and helps with our TDM program as well. The on-site bicycle storage, showers, changing rooms, lockers, electric vehicle charging stations, as well as an electric bike share. So there are kind of locations where these bikes are stored, and then people can use those bikes to move throughout the campus. And then also commuter support programs as well. Commute Assistance Center and the Caltrain Go Passes are subsidized transit tickets. And I think that's it. So hopefully that wasn't too much in too short a time, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will hear from our EIR consultant. Let me bring this up.
Hi, thanks, Chris. I'm Catherine Waugh. I'm a senior project manager at Dudek, and we're the city's environmental consultant for this project. So good evening, commissioners. I know it's late, so I'm going to try and move quickly through my slides. I'm happy to answer questions, but I want to save time for your deliberations. So the next slide, please. So this is just my brief agenda. A quick CEQA overview, and then the main portion of my presentation is to review the conclusions of the EIR regarding significant impacts of the project. And then a couple slides just to remind people of the remaining steps in the process. So, so yes, for the CEQA overview, this is just a really super high level thing. I know most of the planning commissioners are familiar with this, but I just wanted to make it available for the public. So the key steps in the EIR process that we first started with a notice of preparation, which informs the public and other agencies that may have interest in the project of the basic project description and the key permits and approvals that may be needed, as well as the overall scope of the EIR. So we circulated that in June 2023. We got several comments that helped inform us as to what the EIR really needed to focus on. There were some topics that we had originally thought that could be eliminated from consideration in the EIR, but after getting public comments, particularly around hazardous materials and hazardous emissions, we expanded the scope of the EIR to make sure that we were responsive to those comments. So the draft EIR was published on April 1st, and as Mr. Turner mentioned earlier, the comment period ends on May 18th. And at this point, we are soliciting comments from the public and other agencies that are involved in the process regarding the adequacy of that analysis that we've presented in the EIR. Once we get all of those comments received, we will prepare responses to those comments, and where necessary, we can make revisions to the draft EIR. Once that body of work is complete, the city will make that available for a minimum period of 10 days so that commenting individuals can review that. And then before there's any further public hearings on the project. And still during those public hearings, the public is invited to make additional comments, whether they need more clarification on those responses to comments, etc. And so then this is just a very high level overview of what is required to be in a draft EIR. And the draft EIR that's been published has all of these comments or these sections in it, or this content. And I like to provide this slide to help folks that are less familiar with the CEQA process to understand what should and should not be in an EIR, and therefore what the sort of relevant areas of comment would be. So again, in the interest of time, I don't want to go through every step in that process. So we can, yeah, thank you. All right, so now this is the meat of what I wanted to present to you guys. And I've organized this in order of, these first couple of topics are where we had found that the project would have less than significant impacts and does not require any mitigation measures. So as was mentioned earlier, we did do a housing needs assessment related to whether the project would affect the housing population and housing balance within the city and neighboring jurisdictions. And so there was a housing needs assessment done that helped inform the analysis there. And we found that there would not be any significant impacts and therefore no mitigation was required. We also did a very detailed transportation analysis that looks at both the local transportation effects in terms of how intersections and roadways operate, and they're, what we're all used to calling level of service. And then we also looked at the vehicle miles traveled metric. So that analysis was based on the transportation impacts analysis study, as well as the transportation demand management study that was prepared for the project. And we looked at how effective that TDM plan would be at reducing vehicle miles traveled. And again, for that topic, we found that there would be no significant impacts and therefore no mitigation measures were required. The next couple of slides go through the impacts where we did find that mitigation would be necessary. So with air quality, we did the typical modeling analysis using the program called CAL-EMOD to determine the types of air pollutant emissions and greenhouse gas emissions that would occur. We also did a health risk assessment that looks at during construction, what kinds of emissions would happen and would those have a negative effect on the sensitive receptors nearby, such as Mid-Penn High School and the nearby residential areas. And we identified a few mitigation or a couple of mitigation measures to help ensure that those impacts would remain less than significant. In regards to the hazards and hazardous materials analysis, as I mentioned, we originally didn't expect to need to include that in the EIR, but based on public comments and concerns, we did add that to our scope. The phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessment helped inform that. And we also used some analysis that have been prepared for other City of Menlo Park projects regarding the biosafety levels concerns around research and development and life sciences labs. And again, we identified a couple of mitigation measures to ensure that those impacts would remain less than significant. Similarly, with noise, DUDEC conducted noise modeling to evaluate the noise exposure for nearby sensitive receptors, both during construction and during project operation, and again, identified a series of mitigation measures to ensure that those impacts could be reduced to a less than significant level. And then the next one is tribal cultural resources. While we did not prepare a dedicated technical study specific to this project site, we reviewed other technical studies for projects in the vicinity, and the city conducted tribal consultation as required under state law, and that helped to inform the development or the refinement of the mitigation measures that we had originally put forth in the initial study that was published along with the notice of preparation. And as you can see here, I know it's a lot of words on that slide. I think 2 or 3 of these mitigation measures were pulled from the housing element update. And those mitigation measures had been in the general plan EIR. So we just made additional refinements to them. And then we do also have 1 or 2 mitigation measures that are very specific to this project to ensure that the Native American tribes' concerns were adequately addressed. Then this is the one topic in which we found significant and unavoidable impacts, and that's around greenhouse gas emissions. And there's a lot of discussion in the EIR explaining why the project proposes to use natural gas as primarily for building heating and air conditioning, because that's really critical to maintaining the integrity of the laboratory work that would be likely to occur in this type of a project. The reason why it's considered to be significant and unavoidable is because it does not meet with the Bay Area Air Quality District's standards or their plans in terms of how to avoid these sort of long-term cumulative impacts. There's nothing at this point in the city's requirements that mandate not having natural gas, but at the Bay Area Air District level, there was a conflict. And so that's the primary reason where we found that it would be a significant and unavoidable impact. And based on the analysis that was provided in terms of the feasibility of not including natural gas as a mechanism to control the building conditioning, heating and air conditioning, we found that there was no feasible mitigation measure to reduce that impact to a less than significant level. However, the project applicant would still be required to purchase offset credits to offset the use of the natural gas. So another key component of a draft EIR is to look at project alternatives. And the intent here is to consider whether there's a way to redesign the project or relocate the project, or consider a different project type altogether that would reduce or avoid one or more of the project's significant impacts. We did look at several alternative or conceptual alternatives that were determined not to meet the CEQA criteria. But these are the three alternatives that we did evaluate in more detail. So one is the no project alternative, which is required of any EIR, and that just means the project remains the site remains exactly the same as it is today. Then we looked at a base level development. So as Mr. Turner mentioned, this project site is in the Life Sciences Bonus District. And so we looked at what would it look like to develop the project without any of those bonus level concessions benefits. And then we also looked at a mid-range development alternative where there would still be some of that bonus level development, but we tried to pick a midpoint in between what the base level zoning allows and what the bonus level zoning allows. And so there's some detailed tables in the draft EIR alternative section that lay out exactly what the building square footages would be and how those three alternatives would differ. So there's, I think, 3 slides here that just runs us through the comparison of the impacts related to the project alternatives. And again, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through every single thing. But I wanted to give everyone a sense of the way that these different alternatives would play out. And one thing also to keep in mind is that under CEQA, when we're looking at project alternatives, we need to identify which one is the environmentally preferred alternative. And in this case, the no project alternative had the fewest impacts compared to the original project. But when that happens, CEQA also says we need to pick between the other alternatives to see which one of those two would then qualify as environmentally superior. And in this case, we identified the base level development alternative as the environmentally superior because it would achieve greater reductions in the amount of impacts relative to the proposed project compared to the mid-range development alternative. However, I do want to point out that neither of those two alternatives would avoid the significant and unavoidable greenhouse gas emissions impacts. So you would still have, if the city went with either of those two alternatives, you would still have that significant and unavoidable impact, because of the essential need for the use of natural gas to control the building heating and air conditions with respect to the laboratory work that is essential to this type of project. On the other hand, for the most part, the impacts would be very similar between all of these 3 alternatives, or all the proposed project, and the base level and mid-range development alternative. And there wouldn't really be a meaningful difference in the types or extent of mitigation measures that are needed for any of them. So yes, my last slide is really just to remind folks that at this phase of the project, or this phase of the CEQA process, we are receiving comments on the draft EIR. We will then, as Mr. Turner mentioned, we will then prepare responses to comments and a final EIR. And so I see my role here tonight as really being very receptive and listening mode to all of the comments that may come in from members of the public and the planning commissioners. I'm happy to answer, some sort of ground level basic questions about the EIR and how it's organized, but it's really not appropriate for me to respond to detailed questions about how we put the methodology together or how we reach certain conclusions, because we really want to have that be a very thoughtful process and have our answers fully baked, so that I don't make any missteps in just talking off the cuff. And so that's my goal tonight, is to really understand what concerns people have about the adequacy of the EIR analysis, and what questions we can address better through some elaboration, rather than really getting into a detailed discussion about the content of the EIR. Also, I would point out, I have a typo on this slide. The comments are due by 5:30 p.m. on May 18th, not 5 p.m. So you get 30 extra minutes. I think that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much to all the presenters and the applicant team. At this point, I'd like to take public comment on this item. So Ms. Roy, if you could please give instructions to the public and open the comment period for item F3.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, we are opening public comment period for this item now. As a reminder, if you are in the council chamber and you'd like to speak, please fill out a comment card and hand it over to me. For those who are attending virtually via Zoom, please click on the raised hand button. And if you're calling by phone, press *9 on your keypad and you would be able to speak. At this moment, I have two hands raised.
Please go ahead.
So our first speaker is John McKenna. I believe you should be able to speak, John.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for those presentations. I appreciate all the thought that went into the development. I do have concerns about the use of natural gas in the buildings, just from a GHG emissions perspective, as well as the impact it would have on local air quality, especially in a community that's already overburdened by poor air quality. So my question is, I'm aware of all electric new developments for lab life science buildings in other Bay Area cities like South San Francisco and Millbrae. So it appears that it can be done. And I would just be curious to hear what thoughts went into the decision to not build all electric when it does appear to be a feasible pathway. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next second speaker is Naomi Goodman. Naomi, you should be able to speak.
Yes, it's me again. I'm hanging in here till the bitter end. Yeah, I do still have a concern about the potential for BSL-3 or BSL-4 research to take place at this particular location. I appreciate the work you put into explaining the regulatory structure around bioscience and the measures that you have suggested to mitigate. However, I really think that placing that type of research in such close proximity to vulnerable, dense communities and sensitive populations is not the right thing to do. The DAR states that it anticipates the research uses will be at biosafety levels 1 and 2, but that future tenants are unknown and they don't preclude BSL-3 or BSL-4 labs. Those are labs that are equipped to work with potentially deadly airborne contagious organisms such as anthrax and Ebola. The two proposed lab buildings are less than 150 feet from Mid-Peninsula High School, 200 to 400 feet from the nearest homes in Bellhaven and East Palo Alto, and 500 feet from several child care centers. The mitigation measures include such things as compliance with federal and state regulations, biosafety plans, notification to the city of Menlo Park prior to commencing any BSL-3 or 4 research, but those measures do not take into consideration there is no expertise at any level of city or county government to react appropriately to the release of a disease organism. Despite the recent news on the Willow Village project, Menlo Park may still need to build housing in the Life Science District to meet our housing allocation. We should not create new barriers to that land use. Menlo Park recently prohibited BSL-3 and 4 labs as a condition of approval of the SRI Parkline project. We should do the same for this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any more comment cards or hands raised for now.
Okay, let's close the public comment period for this item, which brings us back to the commission for discussion. I will just remind everyone that we are currently discussing comments on the draft EIR at this point. If you have broader conversation topics on the project, we will discuss that in a minute. And there is no motion here, so this is just a time for the EIR team and the applicant to hear comments on the draft EIR. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Yeah, I'll start with the significant and unavoidable impacts of greenhouse gas emissions. And I actually had a similar question to one of the public commenters, because I believe I've also, I think Parkline actually is going to be an all-electric, if memory serves, facility, which is also potentially going to have life sciences. And I'm just curious about what the thinking was around that.
Sorry to interrupt. That might be a better question for the study session itself. Never mind. We can go ahead with that question.
It's late and I want to gauge the level of interest in the intricacy of the answer. Do you want a 1-minute answer, a 5-minute answer, or a 10-minute answer? 5 minutes. Okay. We are anxious to go as electric as we possibly can. However, the science is not there yet in the building. And I understand that there are developers who have said that they're going to go all electric, and they believe it, I'm sure. We've been in the business of building scientific facilities for a long time, and I can tell you that we are not there yet with the equipment. I've been to visit buildings that are all electric for lab, and the ones that look like they might actually work use air to water heat exchangers that come from Italy or other, frankly, exotic locations from the perspective of someone who's trying to build facilities that are mission critical for a R&D laboratory or a medical device manufacturer clean room. I cannot put our name on a experiment, frankly. And all electric laboratories right now are an experiment. When you have to take on a design degree day in the winter 40 or 50 degree air from the outside and heat it up to 80 degrees to then introduce it into a clean room or a laboratory. That cannot be done efficiently or reliably with an electric heat pump. It just can't be done. Did that answer the question?
Okay. I want to thank the EIR team for doing a very important service and thank the members of the public who sent in their comments, and I hope those comments are incorporated into the final EIR. I'm doing one last check and do not see any additional comments from my fellow commissioners except for one from Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yeah, I just have one comment to kind of remind people when I think about these things. To some extent, environmental impact is local or hyper-local, but to another extent, it's global and regional. And whenever these studies are conducted, it is only the explicit impact of the project itself. And it doesn't think about the, not opportunity cost, but the opportunity benefit of this project not existing and potentially being built somewhere else, or the need for it to be more spread out as opposed to more dense. And so I just want to remind people when thinking about the environmental impact of this project or other projects that by definition, construction is going to have an impact, but the impact to a very specific location does not necessarily mean that it has a negative global impact or regional impact on environmental quality overall.
Commissioner Farrick.
And I was just going to add, thank you for that. The EIR is so thorough, and then the notes I'd taken to ask about were actually addressed in the consultant's presentation. So I have notes, but they're kind of moot. So I'm not going to add more to the EIR report.
Thank you. Commissioner Sillen.
Thanks. I just want to make a quick comment similar to what I believe I expressed in the review of the EIR for the Parkline project, which is that this is nothing against the applicant or the EIR consultant. I realize everyone's just kind of following the letter of the law. I just think that the housing impact study is essentially a bogus, for lack of a better word, because what it does is it calculates the housing impact of the project in total. So in this case, there's 400 something new employees. It calculates the housing demand off of that. And then to calculate the housing impact locally, it says, well, most of these employees aren't going to want to live locally based on historical patterns. And I believe the Parkline EIR went into great detail to show that over time, less and less people that work in the city have been living in the city, and therefore the local housing impact is actually low. And yeah, it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we keep adding jobs without housing, then less and less people will be working here and not living here. And that in turn will allow us to calculate a lower and lower impact of these projects. But in reality, there is a demand being created for housing with new office space being built or life science space being built, and it has to go somewhere. I know in this report, there's deference given to the housing element process where the Association of Bay Area Governments gets allocation, distributes to all the different cities. So there is some like fallback for that, but you know, I do think I wish we could do a better job of looking at that. But I think that's outside the scope of this meeting. So I just wanted to mention my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay, I am going to close item F3 and move us to item G1, which is a study session on this project Would staff be able to confirm, do I need to read the very long project description again? It's literally the same text.
You can limit it to the non-EIR section.
Item G1 is a request for a study session to provide feedback on a use permit, architectural control, vesting, tentative parcel map, and lot line adjustment, below market rate or BMR housing agreement, heritage tree removal permits, an environmental review for a project to demolish 3 existing 1-story commercial buildings on 3 parcels and construct 1 new 5-story building for research and development and office uses, 1 new 4-story building for R&D and office uses, and 1 new 7-story parking structure on 2 parcels located in the life science bonus zoning district. The proposed project would be constructed in 2 phases, with the 5-story R&D office building and a portion of the parking structure to be developed in the first phase and the 4-story R&D office building and the remainder of the parking structure in the second phase. The proposed total gross floor area of the project would be approximately 228,398 square feet of R&D and office space with a floor area ratio of 1.24. The proposal includes a request for an increase in height and FAR under the bonus level development allowance in exchange for community amenities. The applicant is proposing a payment of community amenities in lieu fee. The project includes a hazardous materials use permit request to allow 2 diesel generators to operate the facilities in the event of a power outage or emergency. The project includes a request to modify the design standards related to major building modulations to allow for the modulation to extend the second floor approximately 34 feet instead of the base height 45 feet. The proposed project also includes a request to remove 10 heritage trees. Mr. Turner, are there additional staff comments or applicant presentations in advance of this study session?
No additional staff comments or presentations. So I think we can move into public comment on this item and then commissioner discussion.
Okay. Ms. Roy, can you please provide instructions to the public and open the comment period for item G1?
Thank you, Chair. Once again, we are opening public comment period for this item now. As a reminder, if you are in the council chamber and you'd like to speak, please fill out a comment card and hand it over to me. For those who are attending virtually via Zoom, please click the raised hand button. And if you are calling by phone, press *9 on your keypad and you'd be able to speak. At this moment, I don't have any comment cards or hands raised with me. We can wait a few moments if you like.
Okay. Let's close the comment period for item G1 and move into commission discussion. A reminder that there is no motion here either. This is simply a study session to provide feedback to the applicant team or to staff. Commissioner Bruzzi.
I had a quick question for the applicant through the chair around the transportation demand management, not just for these buildings, but for this sort of life sciences region that you're presiding over. And I was curious, I've been watching with interest how companies like Google, and then there's the Bay Wheels project in San Francisco that MTC has been funding, have been not just using bike share for on-site circulation, but have also been incorporating subsidized or funded e-bikes to employees as part of their TDM. And I'm wondering if that's something that at the scale that you're talking about, given the commute shed that you might have, if that's something that you're considering.
Through the chair, yes. I'm very excited about that. The biggest opportunity for us for e-bikes is the connection between the Union City BART station and our campus. And I say that because it just isn't hard enough to warrant e-bikes to get from the Palo Alto Caltrain station to campus. The demand isn't there for our tenants. They easily ride their bike. I mean, it's like a 7-minute bike ride. The connection between the Union City BART station and our campus would be, frankly, a step change positive in so many regards. And we're prepared to put it in. The problem is the connection, the physical connection between our campus and Union City BART. And I've gone to the extent of actually hiring a film crew to ride with me from campus to the Union City BART station to point out to county officials on both sides of the bay the very low-hanging fruit that exists to improve that route. And we need to undertake those things before it really would be worth putting a electric bike share program or my subsidizing electric bikes, because it takes a hardcore cyclist to take that route right now, unfortunately.
Whoops. I was just going to follow up on that. On the Google program that I'm thinking of is not so much the bike share that we're talking about now, like a point to point, but it's actually, I don't know if other companies are doing this, and Google's huge. So, but they're actually, I think, providing employees with e-bikes as long as they don't use on-site parking. Is that something that's just not cost effective at your scale, or is that something that's...
Well, we have a slightly different dynamic on our campus. We're not a single employer campus. We have maybe 100 different companies on campus. I would absolutely be open to subsidizing the ownership of electric bikes if it shifted people out of their cars, because I'd rather do that than pay to build parking structures. Again, it's the adoption thing, right? So we do annual surveys of all of our tenants, zip code surveys, et cetera, to try and figure out how to pry people out of single occupant vehicles. And if you can tell someone that they will get from point A to point B in less time on a bike than in their car and not arrive sweaty, they're in. And so that's, again, I get back to, like, when we talk to Kimley Horn, who's our transportation consultant, and I made them come on the bike ride. Like, help me guys, how can we figure this out to motivate the behavior that we want? And we have to have the route, because no matter how many e-bikes I buy for tenants, they're not going to use them if they don't have the ability.
Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you. Since you mentioned just the complexity or cost of parking, I wanted to just ask two questions about the parking. I know the garage is constructed in 2 phases, and I'm curious, a little bit curious as to why, and also curious as to if there's a possibility the second phase, like, is precluded by something else. Maybe it's e-bike something, and maybe it's something else. If there's sort of a decision, an inflection point for pursuing it. And then, excuse me, I was also curious about whether the parking garage could or should be used by tenants of other buildings in Menlo Labs.
Thank you for that question. Also something that we think about a lot. We try to, when we can, have structures, as we do at 1350 Adams Court, structures that are shared by multiple buildings so that we get that benefit of overlapping parking requirement, and therefore we don't have to build quite so many stalls. The reason that the parking structure is built in 2 phases, well, first of all, the project is phased because we have an existing tenant at 1320 Willow, the Willow Wine Bank, that has a lease that goes for another 8 years. We like to honor our commitments. And so the project is necessarily phased. The parking structure is phased simply because of cost. Those parking stalls are very expensive to build, and we need to build the parking to go with the economic benefit that pays for it. Is there a scenario where we don't build the additional parking stalls? Certainly that's possible. That being said, I was standing in this exact spot talking to this body a decade ago, and we all said, oh, well, we're not going to have to build parking structures because we're going to have all these wonderful cars that take us everywhere. Yes, we may get to that point. my friend JoBen Bevirt may bring us to our work in a eVTOL. I don't know. But in the meantime, I have to plan for the reality that we face today, which is that I haven't been successful in prying all these people out of their single occupant vehicles, and we have to have a place for them when they get here.
Thanks. Just quick follow on. These aren't my questions, but on that point, if you want to come on back up, Mr. Tarleton, thank you. Also, first, great to see you again. It feels like 10 years ago. Okay. Speaking of prying people out of their single occupancy vehicles, do you find, has there been a change in the work attendance patterns of biotech in your park, the existing companies? Because what I haven't seen seen, this was also pre-pandemic, and so now the patterns of attendance have changed. Are you experiencing that? And might that play into the parking demand?
We do see ebbs and flows. So pre-pandemic, we had gotten our shuttle usage. So our shuttle program is relatively elaborate for a campus like ours. It's more like a Google or a LinkedIn, Microsoft. So we have a shuttle that goes from campus to San Francisco, and we have a separate shuttle that goes back and forth. We have a separate shuttle that goes back and forth between campus and the Bullet stop in downtown Palo Alto on the Caltrain. And then we have a third shuttle that goes back and forth to the Union City BART station. Obviously, we're trying to pick up some different modalities for public transit. We had gotten to a very exciting place. For me personally, we were getting lots of usage on our shuttle system pre-pandemic. Pandemic kind of upended that. And then there wasn't as much traffic. And so people kind of slid back into the single occupant vehicles. We're seeing some movement back to where we want to be. I'd love to get like half of our tenants coming some alternate transit. Now, scientists do tend to be cyclists, which is great. I love cyclists. But again, it's so hard to get from the East Bay to campus. I mean, think about just this one thing. And I offered jokingly, because I know it really probably isn't going to happen, that on this project, this was at the Transportation Commission. I guess, sorry, we call it Complete Streets now. We could put a part of our traffic mitigation fee to putting K-rail along the bike path that runs on the Bayfront. Can you imagine any other place in the world where we would have cyclists riding 5 feet unprotected from motor vehicles traveling at 60 miles an hour? This makes no sense. You want to know why people aren't riding their bike from the East Bay to campus? Well, that's one of the reasons.
For sure. What's and I actually am not as informed as you are on these. What is K-rail?
K-rail is the large concrete thing that they place for temporary construction.
Oh, the barriers, the big. Okay, gotcha.
It's yay high, and they weigh a ton.
Thank you. I'll come back to me later. I just had that follow on the parking demand.
That makes sense. Very quickly, I would like to move that we extend this meeting to 11:15.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, that motion passes 7-0.
Congratulations, Chair Eric. I don't think I've ever seen a Planning Commission chair ask permission to extend the meeting before. Well done.
Unfortunately, I'm getting quite good at it. Commissioner Sillen, over to you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I did want to follow up a bit on the transportation discussion we're having. So looking at, I didn't realize until just now, to be honest, that you own a lot of buildings nearby this property. And so since you have this sort of campus situation, it kind of seems like O'Brien has a lot of sidewalk gaps going from, let's say, Willow Road to University. And I think with this particular project, there's a sidewalk being put in, but I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on like what could be done to improve circulation just within like right near the project itself for pedestrians and cyclists.
Yeah, so we put in sidewalks as we can. We don't own 100% of the property on the street. We also are not able to take a mid-century industrial building that we own on the street and put in sidewalks and take away the limited parking that exists there now. We did bring forth to the city an opportunity to put in a continuous sidewalk on O'Brien, but it got bogged down because everybody wants stuff. The Public Works Department wants this, and that person wants that, and so a proposal that started with let's put a continuous sidewalk in became this. It went from being a $5 million project to being like a $12 or $15 million project, and the request was that we fund that all up front, and then wait for our neighbors to bring projects forward to pay us back. You can imagine that my investors didn't think very highly of that idea.
Gotcha. Well, I suppose I'll just express my disappointment about that not happening. Yeah, as someone that tries to bike a good amount, I do think I see an opportunity here for, compared to, let's say, like a Google or Meta campus for more bike accessibility. But with this particular project, I understand it's a very limited scope. I did want to slightly change topics while you're up here and ask you about the biosafety labs question. So I was just wondering what your maybe responses to the concerns about level 3, level 4, if you tend to have tenants of that level, are you comfortable with a condition not to put in labs at that level or to have another hearing if you do? What are your thoughts?
I will tell you what I've told many planning commissioners before. 1 and 2 should not be an issue. 3 should be conditional. 4 should be banned. 4 is so there is a fair amount of conflation that goes on between 3 and 4. The complaints about BSL level tend to be around 3 and 4, but then the examples that they throw out are 4. The number of BSL 4 facilities in the United States is limited. They're almost entirely federally controlled, like CDC facilities and the like. We're not going to see BSL 4 at Menlo Park Labs. And so if you wanted to say no BSL 4, that's fine. BSL 3 is not BSL 4, and BSL 3 should be a conditional use permit, in my opinion. We have had tenants in the past who have either used BSL 3 or intended to use BSL 3 when they occupied. And I think excluding BSL 3 completely from the life science district would be a mistake. There are trade-offs between the perceived safety of never allowing BSL 3 and the life-saving opportunities that come from potentially having a BSL 3 user. And we have, I would argue, a pretty stellar track record of managing hazardous materials and biosafety in our park for 45 years.
I'll just take this moment to say, first of all, thanks for all the work. I think this is exciting, and I don't know the extent of your transportation plan. I see the shuttles around town, and I read it in the report, and just appreciate that you seem to put your money where your mouth is there. And I know a lot of us share your desires to get people out of single occupancy vehicles. So yeah, I was going to ask you, like, is there anything we can be thinking about doing with regards to the East Bay, even before you mentioned the Union City BART? And Well, if you have any thoughts, I'd be open to them, but I think that's a
I'll
hard
just tell
question.
you the other incredibly maddening low piece of fruit. If you ride your bike from, so let's say you're trying to get home to the East Bay from the campus in Menlo Park, after you have endured the gauntlet of the unprotected path on Bayfront Expressway, and then you go across the Dumbarton Bridge, where again you have 60-mile-an-hour vehicles that are traveling right next to you, separated by a K-rail, thankfully, but the debris that they kick up is coming at your face. You get across the bridge, and then you're riding along the frontage road there that has not been repaved except in sections for over 50 years. And so you have to, I don't know if you're a cyclist, but if you're putting out 200 watts average, you got to put out 300 watts to get over that pavement. It's a step change in effort. And then when you're done with that, you get to a very logical place where you would go over the toll bridge to keep going towards the BART station. But instead, because you go over the toll bridge and you get to nowhere, you get to a fence, and you either have to like throw your bike over the, like trespass to get down. But instead, you have to ride your bike another 1.5 miles around the wetlands and back around. Like, this is insane. We say we want people to cycle, and yet we don't fix basic problems like this. It's crazy.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Is there anything on the Menlo Park side that you consider to be low-hanging fruit while we have your expertise?
Yes. The connection across University Avenue makes no sense. If you're coming from the East Bay and you've gone through all those gauntlets, you get across and there's this very logical bike path that you turn from Bayfront onto University Avenue, and then it dies. There's nowhere to go. You're either riding the wrong direction in the bike lane, on University Avenue, or you have to get across to 4 lanes of fast moving traffic to get to the campus. And even if you are not going to campus, if you're a Googler, then there's no way to get from that bike lane to the connection that then goes out to the trail on the Bayfront. For that matter, the Googlers should be able to go right across the wetlands on some sort of raised platform or something. They shouldn't have to come all the way to university and go all the way back. We go way out of our way to cut a 1/4 mile for a vehicle, but we make cyclists go 2 extra miles. And yet we say we want to get people out. This makes no sense. Sorry, I'm a little bit passionate about this subject.
There are lots of bikes in the back of commissioners. Don't worry about it.
Commissioner Headley.
I just want to say I appreciate your commitment to cycling and having gone out and experienced, so you could take that back to us. I wanted to go back actually to the question about fossil fuels, because it seems like you are an innovator and you're willing to try new things. So the question I have is, what would it take to, you were concerned about having a building that would be an experiment.
Yep.
It could be an experiment or it could be leading. And Menlo Park has really prided itself in being a leader in the climate space. So I'm curious what it would take to.
We do lead for non-critical spaces. So we are absolutely for the most efficient electric-based conditioning of offices, for instance. And we are monitoring, if not daily, at least monthly, the progression that is happening technologically with water, with air to water heat exchangers. And we are getting there. Exactly when we will get there, I don't know, but I need a American manufacturer of a very reliable device that I can get parts for readily. I cannot have a clean room that is manufacturing life-saving medical devices at a, hourly profit to the company of $100,000 and have a Italian-made heat exchanger go down. And not only are people not getting the life-saving technology, but my tenant is screaming their head off at me because they're not producing product and they've got this labor force that they're paying and this very expensive facility that is down because I ran an experiment.
That's helpful. Just to clarify, so you'd be using like heat pump technology to heat and cool the office space, but for the lab space, you would be using gas.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And as I say, we're very anxious to get there.
Yeah.
It's just that we can't, I can't. I mean, when a tenant tells us that they have a problem with their facility, our team drops everything to solve the problem. And I can't have a situation where I'm like waiting for a part from Italy.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. Well, I have a question for staff. So I guess while the applicant is up here, does anybody else have a question for the applicant? I wasn't asking you to leave, sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Bersey.
Sorry, for the applicant, very quick question on this general topic of sustainability. I've been trying to find the answer to this because I feel like I just saw it, but it's a long report. Is your shuttle service electric?
No.
Okay, is that something that is in the future that you've discussed?
So it's a bit of a chicken or egg thing. We can and probably will do electric shuttles at the point at which we've reached sufficient saturation of usage. Right now, I'm trying to keep the cost low enough on the shuttles to keep everyone on board. I got to have the investors on board because they end up paying for a portion of the shuttle. I got to have the tenant CFOs on board because they're paying for a portion of the shuttle. And I'm trying to have as many shuttles as possible to meet the specific need of the tenant. You'd be amazed at some of the responses we get to our annual survey. Can you come pick me up at, this particular location? And so I concur with you that it would be great to get to a place where they're electric, but we're talking per mile, 50% to double the cost of diesel at the usage saturation that we have right now. So I need to get to, 50 people regularly taking the shuttle, and then the cost per mile converting from the diesel to the electric goes way down.
Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you. I just wanted to, since staff went through the effort of trying to tee up some of the key questions that we might want to ask and just address tonight, I just want to be sure that we touched on each of them with enough detail that staff feels like we've engaged at those levels. So I think specifically against that list, I do not have any concerns with the conditions of the use permit, excuse me, the BMR in lieu fee, the vesting parcel map, no concerns with any of these things. In terms of, excuse me, the modulation, I think, was one of the conditions. I don't have any concerns about what's been proposed with the plans or the way it's addressed in the staff report. There was a prompt to discuss open space. I don't have any significant feedback there other than to say that I might think there's an opportunity for a little more vertical variability, places to sort of land and sit. I know that there were meditative areas and semi-active areas, but perhaps more places for people to just land and engage, or and stay and participate in the space rather than pass through it. I know there are benches in places, but I think there are more places where people could land. And I think I don't have any concerns or follow-up questions with regard to the feedback from the Complete Streets Commission either. So just to you, Mr. Turner, have we has someone at some point during this conversation hit on all of the areas you were concerned about getting feedback on?
I think so. I think one thing to note, the Complete Streets Commission discussion was very recent, so we haven't had a ton of time to kind of analyze those things. So those will come back in more detail at the next hearing. I know they're in a bit of a bullet point, but they had a pretty good discussion that if you haven't, it's probably worth watching. But we will go into those in more detail.
Thank you. Just 1 second. I would like to move that we extend this meeting to 11:30. I heard a second from Commissioner Bruzzi. All in favor? Thank you. Commissioner Farrick.
I'll be quick because I hope we don't have to take another vote on that. My comments are that, I'm pleased that the Core and Shell will be aiming for LEED Gold, and I appreciate that you're trying very hard to adopt further sustainability elements of the project. You've convinced me that you will at your earliest feasible opportunity when it works for the type of use for the labs and for the sensibility of the investment. I'm really impressed with the voluntary TDM program you're already running. It's a lot more than I know of outside of required programs. And I know this project will increase capacity and therefore maybe help you reach some of these further goals in that regard, whether it's cycling or other group transportation options. On the public open space, I love that 53% of the proposed 59,000 square feet will be publicly accessible, including a sports court and pedestrian paths that's right next to a high school. This is all very exciting. Huge welcome step forward in this area. The streetscape, I think that you, the architect, shared it really is kind of bleak right now, and it'll be a much more welcoming green space. Regarding the density, as we know, this project utilizes the bonus level of LSB zoning. We are with 125% floor area ratio, significantly higher than the base, which to me makes a lot of sense in this area. The history of the business park is, quite legendary. There's so many companies that are founded and developed there. They can stay there a long time, or they can grow to, great, bigger spaces. And it's a huge economic engine for the city, this whole district, but in particular when it's lab, when it's, product development, and then there's actually sales involved occasionally with some of your tenants. So, to me, it makes sense that we would go higher and denser in this area. And, I actually look forward to when we could go even higher, given how, attractive and productive and how well run the business park is. So those are my comments. I'm excited to see you continuing to invest here and being a responsible operator. So thank you.
Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. Yeah, so I, just in terms of feedback, I was hoping to have a larger discussion on this, but I'll just quickly provide my comments. about the open space. I mean, I saw some feedback from the Complete Streets Commission about some sort of access to the right of way, the Hetch Hetchy right of way, but then I'm also seeing that right now it says there's like it's being used for parking lot and a soccer field by the high school, so I'm not really clear on what that access would look like or how that would work. I guess when I think about like public open space, this is kind of a tricky situation, but to me, the closer it is to the street, the better, in the sense that people are already using the street for biking, walking, whatever. So that makes a lot more sense to have public open space there. I'm thinking as an example, the Stanford campus in Redwood City, I think does a pretty good job of that. And having like a tennis court kind of tucked in the back of the property seems a little odd in the sense of like that's sort of a very specific niche location you have to navigate to. It's kind of tucked away in the corner. And yeah, I personally would like to see something more street facing. The open space, the public open space on the O'Brien side looks like I've seen different renditions. There was like the 3D rendering the architect showed. There's some of the maps that show what's happening there. It's not clear if it's some sort of like bioswale that's you can't really access, or if there's something there, or if it's more of like a kind of natural plant situation. But yeah, that would just be my preference, is to make it something nice for people passing by on the street. Maybe something for the high school students nearby to like kind of hang out before after school. And then, yeah, I think I'll just leave it there. That was really my only main piece of feedback on the project. Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no other requests to speak, so I think I'm going to close item G1. Thank you very much for all of your work and for staying very late at this meeting. We really appreciate it. Okay, that brings us to item H1 on our agenda, which is selection of Planning Commission Chair and Vice Chair for May 2026 through April 2027. This is not a CEQA project. Mr. Parada, I believe you are the staff planner for this.
Yes, thank you, Chair Eric. This is the annual reordering of the Planning Commission, and so the staff report does lay out the options in front of the Commission. Table 1 in the report provides a little bit of context from the chair or appointment and chair history for the commissioners to help guide the discussion. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. It is an agenda topic, so I probably would do public comment and see if there is any, and then we can move into discussion and deliberation and potentially a vote on chair and vice chair for the upcoming year.
Okay, and I just have a clarifying question. I believe in the past we've done the motion for the chair, voted on that, and then the motion for the vice chair.
Yes, thank you. That is laid out in the staff report, and I should have reiterated it for the commission as a group. Thank you.
Okay, great. Ms. Roy, if you could please provide directions to the public on providing public comment and open the comment period for item H1.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, we are opening public comment period for this item. As a reminder, if you are in the council chamber and you'd like to speak, please fill out a comment card and hand it over to me. For those who are attending virtually via Zoom, please click the raised hand button. And if you're calling by phone, press *9 on your keypad and you would be able to speak. At this moment, I don't have any comment cards or any hand raised. We can wait a few more moments if you'd like.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comment period for item H1. And sorry, there's some chatter. I would like to take the chair's prerogative and nominate Vice Chair Silverstein for the position of chair in the upcoming year.
I'll second that.
Okay, then we will go ahead and vote. Commissioner Baruzzi,
Aye, aye.
Commissioner Farrick,
Yes.
Commissioner Headley,
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler,
Yes.
Commissioner Sillen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yes.
I am also a yes, so that is 7 votes in favor with none against. Congratulations. Okay. I have read the staff report, and I believe next up are Commissioners Baruzzi and Sillen, and there actually is no way to distinguish. So I have a way, but I would first just like to confirm that I'm proceeding under the assumption that both of you are willing to serve as vice chair, but if you are not interested in that, you should say so now.
We are expecting a child in October, so I think I would like to pass at this time.
Can I just quickly check with Commissioner Farrick, who hasn't had a chance yet in her term, and make sure that she's not interested?
Why, thank you. Oh, through the chair, may I respond to Commissioner Baruzzi?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Baruzzi. I remain very satisfied with my year and 2 months as chair in 2013. So I appreciate the nod, but I just really do think it's a life experience we should all have.
Thank you. Be vice chair of the Planning Commission, indeed.
Through the chair, not that we haven't been here for long enough, but can I ask what the extra 2 months were for?
Oh, it was during it was during a time that Mr. Prada, keep me honest here, we weren't really on a super regular schedule at that point, and we were trying to move toward kind of every commission doing this kind of reorg at the same time, and it was a little clunky, and so we were having to do sort of some slightly odd durations that year to get there. Yeah.
Someone had 10 months.
Yes. No. No, I think I only got extra. I got extra, and then the next person had the year. So yeah, I already have more than a year.
Okay.
So it's only fair that you all should have a chance. So could I nominate then? So I have the mic on. I would like to nominate Commissioner Baruzzi for vice chair.
Second.
Excellent. I literally was going to have us draw lots because I could not figure out any other way.
Sorry to make you do all that work.
But we will not. Instead, we will vote. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Aye.
Commissioner Farrick.
Yes.
Commissioner Headley.
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler.
Yes.
Commissioner Sillen.
Yes.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yes.
I am also a yes. Congratulations to our new vice chair and to our chair. And we've done item H1, which brings us to informational items. Mr. Parada, would staff like to share any information on future planning commission agendas?
Yes, thank you, Chair Eric. And let's see, upcoming, the next meeting is May 18th. So we have a little bit of a break given the back-to-backs we just had. A couple items for that meeting that I just want to highlight, and things are still moving around here, but the couples, there's a single family residential use permit. There's a couple commercial projects for architectural control and use permit. But the two that I wanted to highlight specifically, we do have the proposed specific plan amendments for specifically land use changes along Santa Cruz Avenue, a private developer, private property owner initiative amendment. So that'll be coming to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation to the City Council. And then we also have the annual development agreement reviews for Meta's campuses scheduled for May 18th as well. And then just one thing I skipped over in the beginning of the meeting, I think it would be good quickly. I know we're getting close to the 11:30 cutoff, but next week, the council on May 12th at its regular meeting will review the SB 79 ordinance. So we did talk about that previously. Did want to just highlight that that is noticed and that will be on that agenda. That'll include the Planning Commission's recommendation to not adopt the ordinance locally. And that concludes my informational items for now.
Through the chair, can I ask a follow-on question to that?
Yes.
And is that an opportunity for individual citizens speaking only for themselves, and certainly not for the commission, but people who could be living in Menlo Park and also sitting on the dais? Would that be an opportunity for people to make public comments?
Yes, so absolutely. Commissioners may make individual comments as residents on items before the council. Absolutely. It's very important, and I'll just take this opportunity to remind the commission to identify that you may be on the Planning Commission, but you're speaking as yourself in that capacity when making any public comments.
Commissioner Farrick.
Thank you. I just have a quick announcement. I know I probably should have said this at the beginning during the time when this occurs, but just we are now at the start of Affordable Housing Month, and there's a calendar of multiple events every day located at SV at Home. You'll find it, it'll pop up and it'll say calendar of events. So everyone in the community is welcome to engage, learn more about affordable housing. Thank you.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yeah, I just want to give it an additional thank you to Mr. Parada and the staff for the last couple of weeks. We've had back-to-back meetings. They've gone past 11:30. They've been hundreds of pages long and have been very meaty. And I've certainly appreciated a lot of the discussion that we've had and feel like it's really important, but totally recognize that you guys are staying way late and going way above and beyond. So thank you.
I definitely agree with that. I'll just add a reminder, unless I'm not correct, that we did continue the SP9 item from last week to June 8th. So the June 8th agenda will include that.
At a minimum, it'll include that, yes.
Yeah, right, at a minimum. Okay. This meeting is adjourned at 11:26 p.m. Thank you.